And welcome back to another episode of Wild Beyond the Witchlight, the Carnival cards. Last session, you guys had explored deeper into Thither, coming across Nib's Cave, which is um, a cursed individual. He was once a denizen of a town called Waterdeep in a far-off distant land called Toril. Seems as though he had been cursed here by Scabatha Nightshade. She had somehow agreed to help him put his wrongdoings behind him, and this miser was cursed to weave his gold into trinkets and belongings to passerbys, so that he could effectively undo his greedy natures. And you guys were lucky enough that he was crafting quite a lot of useful items for you for adventurers. So you picked up a few cool trinkets like the healer bee. You've got an enchanted bowstring of warning. You've got the boots, the golden boots of springing and striding, and you've got a healer's ring of heroism, which is pretty cool. And finally, what did Rodolfo get again?
Oh, just the boring old serpent art. But he
Just
likes
the
the
boring-
aesthetic of it. Yeah.
Okay, the serpent darts is useful. But yeah, you've gathered up these cool trinkets, and hopefully they'll aid you in your coming battles. The party left off by traversing in their walking wagon, or the what did you call it? The Volkswagen? I forget. It's
The Volkswagen Cordelia.
Cordelia. Thank you. Yeah, that's the one. Your spider wagon, basically, came across a river, and in order to cross it, you arranged chopping down a log and stretching it out as a bridge. And as you were chopping down this log, Rodolfo noticed there was a wanted poster for Will of the Feywild. And on it, it said that, let's have a look. It said, yeah, this traitorous little brat and his gang are wanted, and you can claim one item of your choice from her workshop. It's signed Granny Nightshade. And there's even like an actual image of him on the poster. There it is again. Then you were assailed by some little fireflies who Tanwen was able to speak to using Speak with Animals, and they seemed very distraught the fact that you were chopping down this tree and saying that there's not many trees growing in Thither right now, so they need them all the ones they can get. And one of them went off to tell on you, apparently. But you did manage to convince the others that this is for a good cause, that you're trying to end that weird corruption and get to the source of it. And after they helped you across, you encountered a singing campestry who was buttering himself up by a campfire, saying that he was going to have a lovely bath in a minute. And Xaxx was so close to siding with the goblin who was responsible for this. His name is Crower, and even to the point where he was almost tempted to cook up poor Tarquin in a rabbit stew. But it thankfully didn't come to that, as the rest of the party were able to traverse the bridge in pretty fast fashion and interrupt this. But you're all sat around the campfire. You're currently enjoying a nice meal that's not made of sentient creatures, and sharing stories, and Crower's giving you a little bit of information about what he knows about Loom Lurch, how there's this goblin market here, and this terrible hag, Granny Nightshade, apparently employs children to work tirelessly in her workshop. They are orphans, he guesses, but maybe not all of them. He doesn't really know where their parents are, and he assumes that they don't go to her, but rather she acquires them somehow. And he came up with all kinds of theories as to who's kidnapping them. He thinks fairies, because they're always up to no good. But anyway, that kind of trails off. Is there anything else you'd like to do whilst you're sat around this goblin's camp?
Do we need to attune to our items? So, like my longbow, would
Yeah, you've
I
already
need to?
attuned.
Okay.
Yeah, you're all good. In fact, though, as you are attuning, Tanwen, it's perhaps not just the bowstring that you're attuning to, but a greater sense of this forest overall. Feels as though this place, the magic within it, it's almost like a heightened version of your own forest from where you used to come from. All the magics here are just sort of amplified, and you feel an even deeper connection to nature just as you're looking to the flames of the fire flickering away, the fresh air, the rustle of the trees. Everything around you feels interconnected and alive and vibrant, even in the twilight gloom.
I'm so glad I came. I wondered if this was the right thing for me, but I just want to tell you all, well, except the goblin, I don't know you, but for the rest of you, I'm glad I'm here with you right now. I just feel like this is one of the few perfect moments everybody gets in their life. And Xaxx, don't forget, friends are people, and we don't eat people.
Not all the time. Not all the time.
Do you need me to get rid of the goblins so it can be truly perfect?
No, 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 no. We
It's my
don't.
camp.
Well, you're outnumbered.
Um,
I'm still holding on to the butcher's knife from the end of last session as well.
he kind of scoots over a little bit on his log, almost to the point where he's falling off it.
Somewhat south of here, there is a cave with 2 paths.
Oh.
Don't be greedy, but you should definitely go there.
Why should I check it out?
Because it could be
It's
very helpful.
It could be worth your time.
Yes.
Worth your time. Golden ticket.
Okay, sounds interesting. I might head that way after this lovely meal.
No, seriously, it's worth it. It's where I got my little friend here. I trimmed the bee.
Cute.
Yeah. So definitely go there. Don't be greedy.
Unless you want to be greedy.
Goblins? Greedy?
It's your choice.
Yeah.
Oh. We're not greedy. We're just reckless. If there's a cave full of items, but there's dangers in it, well, sure, I'll go check it out. I'll have a story to tell, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Oh, and are you taking this mushroom with you as well?
Yeah, he's our
Ah,
entertainment.
Is he? Yeah, he's still singing away. Probably singing campfire songs.
Xaxx, I owe you an apology
For what?
for not understanding how you felt when you ate your magic mushrooms. I think I understand now. This is just amazing. And I'm
I
sorry.
still have some glowing mushrooms if you want.
No, I don't know if I could take it if things felt any more intense and alive and real right now.
Oh, actually, no. I put all the glowing mushrooms in the soup, so you're eating them now already. Anyway.
Maybe that explains.
Yeah, that's
Maybe
probably
that
it.
explains what's going on.
That does explain.
Yeah. Oh, all our tongues are glowing blue.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I want to see my tongue. Does anybody have a mirror?
Yeah.
Tarquin holds up one of his
I
daggers.
I do. I have Bavlorna's mirror shard.
No, Tarquin, we're not cutting off Tanwen's tongue so she can see it.
It was more, use the dagger's reflection. It won't give a perfect view, but
Okay. I mean,
Xaxx,
unless
you-
she wants to.
did you pull out the shard, Xaxx?
Yeah, I pulled out the shard. It's a
Okay.
mirror shard, so you can stick out your tongue
Okay.
and show
Oh,
Bavlorna
that's so
and look at yourself.
cool. That's so cool. I love that. I love that.
Bavlorna on the other end, just like
This
looking into
So
your
she
mouth.
knows. She knows we're on the job.
Yeah.
Serious on the job.
Just looking down your throat, like what?
Everybody should have blue tongues.
Wait, so
Great.
Bavlorna could be like Bavlorna could be like a dentist using that.
I mean, sure.
Are teeth blue too?
I
I can't hear Lou.
I don't know. Are we bedding down, or are we setting off into the night?
Well, if my bow works the way it's advertised, we don't have to set a guard. It should alert us if anything comes near, but I still think we should have a sentient being up and paying attention. Unless, does Volkswagen Cordelia, does she need to sleep?
No, she doesn't. She's a construct of sorts, but she doesn't get exhausted or tired.
Wait,
But I don't.
she doesn't get exhausted? Surely she does.
I mean, could, in theory, if we did a rotation of watch, can we just rest whilst moving? We got a moving wagon now.
True, and to be honest, Tanwen, I think it is a cool bow, but at least until we figure it out, I think at least a sentient being on watch is wise. Yes?
Yep.
Okay.
Perhaps
Can I
a
have some
sentient
more
being
stew
plus
before we leave?
plus the bow.
Can I have more stew before we leave?
Yeah, help yourself.
Take mine. I think I'm done. Yeah.
And Tarquin, just
Oh,
as a test
thank
of his
you.
boots,
I
is going to
just gonna
leap
pick
from
up-
there straight onto the wagon because he can do that with these now. So, whee!
Yeah.
Tarquin's flying. Do the mushrooms make you fly?
Oh, God.
Maybe.
That's what's happening.
I'm gonna grab the campestry and
Oh,
take it with us.
Are we moving and resting, or are we just gonna stay here?
You're moving
We're
nicely.
limited on time, so it makes sense to try to keep moving.
yeah.
Yeah, I only need
Okay.
4 hours, so it
I
should be
just want to
good.
go check this out over here before we go, whatever this is.
Oh,
Just-
okay. There seems to be like a little trail through the forest, and it ends with this. I guess there's like a little divot in the ground. Let's see. What do you
Did
find
you
here?
find something, Xaxx? Do we need to
Uh,
follow?
I'm not sure. I'm just checking something out. That I found this little trail off to the side and just seeing what's what. It doesn't go very far.
I'm gonna follow by hopping. I'm hopping. Hop, 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 hop.
Okay, I found out what it is. There is a. This looks like a divot, but it's actually a pile. I'm gonna say there's a mound of dirt that is sat here. It's quite loose. Looks like it's been recently kind of piled up, and there's tracks all around it as well. And you can give me a survival or a nature check to sort of determine whose tracks they are.
Well, neither one is good. Nature's probably better.
Not bad,
Ooh.
actually. They look like paw prints of some sort of dog, perhaps? and there's a lot of them. Like with the 17, I'll tell you, there's more than one dog has been by here. Looks like a whole
Wow.
pack has sort of surrounded this whole, or clearly like it's a mound now, but they must have dug up the hole and then filled it in, because you can see kind of scatterings of dirt in
Can I dig into the hole a little bit, see what's there?
You can, yeah, if you want.
Xaxx,
And when you maybe this is up your alley, but I'm gonna see what's in here.
okay, I'm gonna stand by with my bow. Hopefully I can shoot something. I got your back, dude. Dude.
Tanwen, before we go any further, I think I should let you know these were not psychedelic mushrooms; they were just glowing mushrooms. So
I don't know.
you're not
They
actually
feel
high.
that way.
I
They feel
You're not
that
actually
way.
high.
I feel like this
Some-
is perhaps a placebo effect. Cameron thought they were going to get her high, and so they have.
Yeah.
Everyone else is
You know,
just
this
like
is
completely fine. Just like, what's going on with Tanwen?
yeah. Tanwen's never been high before. She,
No, she hasn't.
she
She's
does.
really
She doesn't know what
struggling.
it's supposed to feel like.
So after a moment, kind of sifting through the dirt, which is, as I say, very loose, you feel something solid. It's kind of hard to see what it is, but there is a sort of fur-like texture to it.
Is it like
Xaxx,
a
are
dead
you
animal?
digging up a
It very well could be.
All right, I'm gonna rebury it and just say a quick few words of peace, and then I don't think this is something we want to be messing with. I think that's a dead member of of a wolf pack, and they've buried it or something. So I'm not gonna touch it anymore. I don't
As
want to be
you
disturbing them.
as you come back along the trail, it seems you're being watched, and you can hear the rustling of the nearby bushes and trees. And before you realize it, out from the underbrush and the undergrowth jumps out three kind of medium-sized looking hounds or dogs. Their features are quite sharp. They look like they're, I don't know, like an athletic kind of dog, but there's features about them that just seem unrecognizable to normal like canines you've seen on like the material plane. Their ears perhaps are kind of too pointed and elongated. Their facial features are slightly different, more streamlined, and their tail kind of has like a lion's tail, more like than a dog's tail. There's just features like that that just seem to stick out. But in any case, all three of these seem to surround you and Tanwen as you're walking along the trail again.
I'm going to cast Speak with Animals, and I'm gonna say we meant no harm. We're leaving now. We will leave your dead to rest in peace, and we are, with our apologies, we meant no harm.
Okay. You can give me a persuasion check then, as they do currently look a little bit hostile at first. You know, they're kind of baring their fangs, similar to like in this art here. They seem to have kind of an aggressive look about them. But then, as you sort of describing your actions, and one of them does step forward and look back at the grave, and then look back at you guys. Yeah, you do realize it is indeed a blink dog. This isn't just a normal dog. This pack seems to regard you, Tanwen, and before they begin howling at you, they instead sort of lower their aggressive body language and you can see there's a more of a somber look over their faces.
Again, you have our deepest apologies and condolences for your loss. We are sorry to have disturbed the sacred place, and we are leaving now. So we will not bother you further, and we apologize.
Okay.
I'm gonna sort of kneel down and take out my tray of fresh pies, and I'm gonna create a pie of like mincemeat and some carrots or something and some dog foodie type stuff, and just sort of scoop it out and leave it for them.
That was kind, Xaxx.
I'm down to
Everybody,
one use of my tray of pies.
before
Alright.
you, a long rest, right? Or forever?
It can recharge on a 19 or a 20 after a long rest, but I'm down to 1 right now because it hasn't
Okay.
recharged ever yet.
Okay. They one of them gestures forward to the other to grab it, and they come over to it and they grab it, and then slowly they sort of group up back by the grave, and rather than eat the tasty treat you've given them, they sort of place it almost as an offering or a gift, and they sort of just place it on the nearby log that's here by the mound, and they will just sort of
I'll
sit.
go back and I'll go back and just watch them for a moment.
You see that they, in turn, one by one, sort of howl sadly whilst they place these kind of solemn gifts. Seems like they actually have a couple. The other couple of dogs have something else in their mouths. Perhaps like one's got like a bone, another one's got like a soft ball or something, and they seem to one by one place these gifts by the grave, and they begin howling in some sort of ritualistic sort of nature. And yeah, after you've watched them for a moment, they do turn and look at you. And at Tanwen, you can hear their soft voices this time, and they say, "Thank you for not interrupting, and thank you for your offer. This is a sad day for us."
If you don't mind my asking, who did you lose?
One of the pack, one of our own.
If I lost one of my pack right now, I don't know that I could recover quickly. So again, we offer you our deepest condolences, and um, we will step away and allow you to grieve in privacy. So thank you for understanding. And
They kind of nod.
I'm going to go ahead and walk back to the camp. Xaxx, come on. We need to leave now.
I'll regard each of them quietly and then turn and walk back.
Guys, we need to leave. All silliness aside, I need everybody on Volkswagen, and we need to leave right now and grab the goblin. He can ride on top
What?
until we get to a
Oh,
stopping point.
I'm
Is
going
there,
that
is
way.
there danger? Do we need to be quiet?
Be quiet and let's go. If you, goblin, you need to go now and far.
All right, I'm heading that way anyway. Um, hey, good luck on your travels wherever you're heading, and yes, just stick to the cleaner parts of the forest, I guess. I don't know.
Him his butcher's knife back.
Stick to the colorful places. But oh yeah, thanks for my knife.
Yeah. Remember, don't be greedy.
I'm not greedy.
No, I mean when you get to the cave.
Oh, yeah. I'll keep that in mind.
Cool.
When if you ever go by Loom Lurch, yeah, tell Chucklehead to sort out his stinking attitude. Guy's an asshole.
I'll send him your way.
Okay. No, don't send him my way. Just I don't want. That's why I left. Couldn't put up with the guy. He's a jerk.
Okay. I won't definitely send him your way. Wink.
You got something in your eye?
No?
Okay. He just walks off. Okay, so you climb all aboard, Morgort and Toe and Clapperclaw, and you can start heading out. We'll take you back to the hex crawl, and you can start effectively scouting out whilst taking a little bit of a rest. We've actually only not gone that far, right? Really, you've only gone to Nib's cave and then over to this section. So you've still got a good section of the adventuring day left, I reckon, before needing like a full long rest. So
Even though he told us to go to the cleaner parts of the forest, if we want to find Scabatha, shouldn't we be going to the more rotted sections? Wouldn't she be in the heart of the rot?
That's what we've done though, haven't we, by crossing over here?
yes, you have
Okay.
the tone of the leaves of a slightly less green, kind of more doled out, drained of life. It feels
So
so.
forwards? Or
Mhm.
are we going there? Or are we going there, but I assume on this side of the river, because I assume the river carries on.
The river does carry on, yeah. You could follow along the river, or you could go deeper into the decayed-looking forest. Choice is yours.
Who's sleeping and who's on watch and who's
Well,
gonna guide?
I'm still hurt, so I at least need to take a short rest. Uh, I'm good for anything right now.
Can we tell which direction the forest is more decayed or
Yeah,
yellowing, brown?
If you want to make a survival check, you can do.
Sure thing. Survival.
Okay.
Mm.
So you're
Can I make a
seeing.
nature check?
uh,
No, not anymore.
This is more to. Yeah, this is still survival is still relevant in like determining which way to actually go as well. Though there is sort of decay in both directions. You reckon you wouldn't be getting further or closer in either case. There's not just like one line of decay. It's sort of a gradual spread that seeps out from whatever source. So it's difficult to determine exactly, but I can tell you you wouldn't be getting further away with either choice. You're getting closer no matter what. You'd have to kind of hone in the closer you get.
So are we off? Are we at that southern part of the map right now, or are we up where we were just a second ago?
No, the carnival cards is where the actual icon is.
Okay.
And I'm gonna just reveal the next two tiles.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I'm just gonna reveal them because you did do a survival check that's kind of based on yourself. The 15's a success, so those
Don't match up.
well, use your imagination.
The tiles are repeating themselves. We're going in a loop.
Well, what do we think? I think perhaps further onto the forest.
I mean, is anyone else tempted to check out the waterfall? I hear there's always treasure behind waterfalls.
And wasn't Tarquin, do you remember that other timeline in that Yarn Spinner wrote about where we were traveling? Didn't we travel by a waterfall and we found some goblins? Or am I misremembering the story?
Maybe, but maybe we can check that on the way back. We've got to come back anyway, so let's
Okay.
I'd
So
I
deeper in the
say
forest?
I say purely from a gaming sort of perspective, I say we take the right route so that we can hopefully visualize those other two tiles to fill in the map.
Okay.
So this one.
Very well. I'm
But
okay with that.
but that's just my opinion.
I do not think there is anything particularly drawing us to one area or another. So it's chance. We take our chances. We have a good feeling about this. We go.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, sounds good. All right, so you continue on, and the campestry is singing along, just sort of making light of the journey, keeping spirits high. And let's see. All right. So continuing along the river, following it, there is a sense that the water is rushing towards. It's rushing towards you, but for a weirdest moment, you could have swore that the river was running down, but now it's coming towards you. It's just an odd sensation. Maybe
Like
the
it
waters don't.
reverse
Yeah,
flow?
like it's at some point, and you're not sure when it suddenly reversed, but you can't pinpoint exactly when it happened or where along the river that occurred. But in any case, it does look like it's gone backwards on itself.
What if there's like some underwater special thing at the point where the waters meet and reverse?
I've only heard about this happening in earthquakes. And they have to be bad earthquakes to cause a river to reverse like this. So you're right, it's got to be magic.
Oh,
Can we go
potentially.
back?
I mean, if we should probably head towards where it's getting worse, right? That's
Yes, especially if it's a problem and we need to fix the problem. We
Okay.
promised that we would try to reverse some of the damage to the forest when we were talking to the little firefly people.
Don't forget, so that we have a limited amount of time. The way to fix the most problems is to deal with the source, which is the witch.
That's true, Rodolfo.
Which is. I am not against charity, but we have a goal here.
And do you think that, well, do you think we should continue along the river or turn north into the forest then? I mean, if we continue along the river, we're going to get to whatever the source of this problem is.
Yes, that is my inclination, purely because I think, well, there is a lot of things going on, and we do not know very much about it yet. You see?
I mean,
but I go with a group. I just we should not get distracted by smaller problems.
I mean, it really depends. I mean, if the problem's easy to solve and we can get something out of it and, but also help people, then that's sort of what I'd go for. But otherwise, I'm happy to just continue deeper into the forest.
Yeah.
Then
I think we should head towards the witch.
Which way is that?
I don't know.
That's yes. I mean,
Shall we keep following the river onwards?
Brandee, you wanted to say something?
Oh, I was testing the raise your hand thing. I was going to ask, have I been in there long enough to have taken a short rest?
Yes. Yeah, you could
Okay.
have. the travel between these tiles is, it's not determined exactly, but it would have been enough to have that respite. And even by the campfire, you could have taken time.
So for me, the question becomes, do we think that the source of the witchiness is closer to the strangeness with the river, or do we head away from that and just take our chances?
I do not know unless we come across someone who can tell us.
Mm-hmm.
And none of these trees look like they would be climbable because they're looking a bit dead.
Right.
So,
Well, dead doesn't mean not climbable.
I mean, I'd only be able to do it quickly, but I could just jump 30 feet straight up and get a look.
oh, and if you do
You
it from
could.
the top of the wagon, that's an extra what, 10 feet?
Yep. So I
You want to
could.
try out your new boots?
Why not? Let's just. It
Yes.
seems a waste of the thing, but at the same time, it's hilarious. So I will use my rabbit hop, and I'm just going to jump 30 feet straight up and sort of scout around, and then slow fall back down so that I get
Brilliant.
more time airborne to be able to scout.
Yes, I like it. Okay, well,
Guidance on Tarquin.
perfect.
For
In that
guidance.
case, well, all right, Morgan. You want to chuck yours in as well, Rodolfo? Triple guidance.
I
Can
wish
we do
guidance
that if it
stats
will help?
like that.
Can you
Can,
imagine?
and
Okay,
only
well,
one
there he
person
goes.
You'll still get 1d4, but it's which source you want the magic from.
Yep.
Nature, the moon, or Rodolfo's mystery magic.
Yep. Okay, so perception check with a D4 on top.
Yes, as you launch yourself, ooh, there's a small like puff of dust that craters out.
Who you picking? Ah, he
Um,
rolled it himself.
Yep.
26.
But I'll roll a D3 to determine who it came from. 1 being Solomon, 2 being Rodolfo, and 3 being Xaxx. It came from Xaxx.
Power of the moon, baby.
You do get a look at the moon as you're up here.
Yep.
In fact, perhaps that is what's guiding you down here. There is 2 possible routes you can take. One, up ahead, there is indeed another waterfall, and this time it's sort of facing the other way, pouring down into this river. The trees still look fairly decayed in this area, and you reckon that the source of the corruption probably does stem closer in that direction. But as you go booming up into the north, into the sky, the moon illuminates a reflection of itself in a incredibly large, still lake. And
We gotta go there.
you remember spotting this lake all the way back from in the air balloon, but it was just lost within this dense, thick forest. But turns out you're closer to it than you'd imagined. And you about right there, this shimmering silver reflection of the moon glistens in that twinkling lake. And I would say that there is a small island in the center that you spot, and the trees on the island, they don't look decayed. In fact, they look even perhaps full of life, vibrant, otherworldly almost. There's sort of a tint to the leaves that kind of sparkle. Perhaps it's the silver light playing on the leaves. But yeah, they do appear kind of almost silvery.
Tarquin, spinning his staff, comes back down and it's like, well, one way we've got a waterfall, doesn't look that interesting, but the other way, where the moon seems to be pointing, there's a big lake, but there's also this little island in the middle, and it seems like there's no rock on that island, almost like the water's acting as a barrier, or there's some mystical power there, so that sounds really interesting.
Remember last time what happened when we found a lake like this with an island in the middle? That was strange.
Oh, yeah, maybe we should have brought the
The water
goblin
is
with
cool.
us. and then if we come across another creature that wants to
Ah,
take one of us, we
yeah,
could deposit
yeah.
So we can leave the mushroom behind.
Yeah,
Maybe.
maybe.
Yeah. Chris, just purely from a hypothetical point of view, the
Yeah.
jump spell, would that stack with the boots of striding and springing?
Jump triples your distance, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't the boot say they also triple your jump?
Mm-hmm. But it's the same effect, but two different sources.
I know that magical effects don't normally stack, so if you cast jump twice, you wouldn't
Yeah,
like
but the
hex
boots
triple.
themselves aren't jump. It's
No, they aren't the jump spell, that's true.
yeah,
They kind of achieve the same thing, but they're different sources, yeah.
yeah.
I don't know. I guess you'd have to have access to the jump spell to find out.
Because then Tarquin could jump 90 feet.
Yeah, it'd be ridiculous. You'll have to dip a few levels in, I don't know, sorcerer.
Or just have our druids do it.
Yeah,
And then you can stack Expeditious Retreat on top of that.
yeah. At this point, you might as well just cast fly, right?
Yeah, that's boring.
Oh, just realized that you jumped high enough. Let me just roll this.
Oh, we should have just shot Tarquin
Yeah.
out of the cannon.
Only one cannonball, remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Tarquin would be the cannonball.
Also, when we
Yeah,
level
no,
up,
no.
Also,
Cannon.
also gunpowder we need.
Yes.
Oh yeah, we don't have the gunpowder.
Hmm
That's too bad.
One last thing I forgot, because you're on this tile, so you would see all kind of adjacent tiles with a 26. There is, on the other side of the river, another clearing in the forest, and in that clearing you definitely spot a ring of colorful mushrooms as well.
do any of them look damaged?
You can't tell from this distance.
Okay.
Are you thinking that they're more campestry we can leave our friend with?
No, I was thinking more in the alternate style. The some of the things something came out of, like a mushroom ring, and like attacked him.
That's right.
So, and that's quite near to the ship. So,
Ooh, ship. Cannonballs.
yeah, but then we have to deal with that night, and that seems a bit.
Yeah, but that's only if Yarn Spinner was telling the truth about the story. I mean,
True.
that was Yarn Spinner's story. We have no idea if there's really people there.
I suspect there is.
Yeah, you're right, and Rodolfo's right that we shouldn't be wandering around, goofing off when we need to
Yeah,
focus on
I
finding
think we should head towards the lake and try to see what's causing it to be so serene compared to everywhere else. Like, considering it's deeper into the rot than anywhere it's been, the fact that anything isn't rotten has piqued my curiosity. It's got my nose twitching.
Maybe that's where Scabatha's home is. Maybe.
Yeah, she's in the center of the lake.
That's
maybe-
possible.
Maybe she's in the only place that isn't rotten because she wants everywhere else to be rotten.
It's a possibility, worth checking out.
All right then. You arrange for the Volkswagen to start walking in that direction. So hard to say every time. So, and
You just
you're
call it
going-
Cordy.
You could just call it Cordelia.
Cordelia, yeah. Cordelia does start marching into the forest, into the dense tree line. You go, and you can't see ahead of you the lake. It's just tree line and tree line. And as you're getting deeper and deeper in, you're trying to see up and to the sky. Perhaps the moon will guide you, but that just seems to be stuck in the same place. The minutes go by, and the minutes drone on and turn into perhaps an entire hour. And then that hour drains by as well. Feels like as you're looking at your stopwatches or your sand your sand watches, that time continues to just sort of drift lazily away as you continue to march and march deeper into the forest. And there's still no sign of the lake. Tarquin, you jumped up high enough to spot it. You feel as though, given the previous journeys, you should have got there by now. And yet, still no lake in sight. No clearing, no nothing, just dense forest. Kind of getting used to the sound of twigs snapping underfoot. It's now just white noise to you.
Jump again.
I have a suggestion. I have chalk
Interesting.
in my backpack. Maybe we need to start marking trees to see if we're looping around or if we're really making progress.
I mean,
Jump again.
Everyone's starting to yawn. It feels like Morgoth's almost dozing off as well. Like, are we there yet? Or is this journey going to go on forever? Oh, nom, nom.
Rodolfo, could you cast detect magic, see if there's anything going on? I'm wondering if maybe we've walked into some kind of illusion or enchantment or something.
Oh, like the tree clearing with the riddle trees. Yeah.
Okay. Rodolfo? Yeah, you at will cast detect magic. And there is always sort of this regional magic that suffuses the forest itself. And you're actually perhaps detecting a few other magical effects. One of them being a strange evocation in the air. And there is also a strange sort of, I mean, it's really hard to pinpoint exactly what it is. Again, with the lines between divination, conjuration, and illusion all blurred together, it feels like this isn't just one school of magic, but rather an ancient primal magic that had its own categorization. But if you were to try and use modern arcana, you would say it's a mix between all three. I don't know if Sarah Jane got all that.
You there, Sarah Jane? You were mute or something?
Sorry. Yes. Sorry, I was talking to someone. I missed the whole last 5 minutes.
That's all right. Yeah, there is some sort of magic here, and
Okay.
it's blurring the lines between conjuration, illusion, evocation. It's all, it feels primal and ancient. You have no idea what type of magic it would be under modern arcana categorizations, but there is definitely something at play here.
Is it possible that it's like a nature-based kind of natural primordial magic?
Right. Exactly.
Okay.
One that's so old, it existed before they even coined the schools of magic.
Yes. Okay. Interesting. Obviously, I share that with the others once I notice it. And
Okay. So everyone else is being told. Yep. Sorry.
is it coming from any one particular direction, or is it all around us? Is it coming from the
It
water
feels.
or the island?
It actually feels like it's behind you more than anywhere. It feels like you're just coming out of that curtain, that kind of haze of that magic, and you're now back into a much more Feywild styled magic. Now, you do look around behind you, definitely you've come through that kind of that fog of aura.
Okay.
Call it like a mist.
Is it off like just behind us or to side like we've come through a wall or a globe?
Yeah.
Type thing?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's how it feels. Like you've come through a globe.
Well, I mean, this is all Feywild. This seems to be more natural. So, is the source of the magic back there in the middle, or is that all the natural, Fey, ordinary Fey, and it is forward where the Fey magic has been destroyed that we need to go?
Ahead of you, the forest is still kind of a little bit decayed in areas, a little bit drained of life. But the forest you just come through, looking back at it, it feels like it is more vibrant. You've been wandering through this dense forest for hours,
Yeah.
and you feel like your adventuring days probably come to an end. You can push on always. You can advocate to not sleep, but after that dense trek, you're sure you went in the right direction, Tarquin, but either you missed it or that weird magic has caused you to go off course, perhaps. In any case, you're not sure exactly where you are anymore, so your token may look like it's on this tile, but you could be anywhere right now.
Oh dear. Okay.
So I'm just gonna drag the tile off the
map.
for the
Cool.
time being. Yeah, just so it doesn't confuse anyone. You don't know where you are in this forest anymore, but you know you're tired. That's all.
I'm gonna point out the decay to the others. Is this the first decaying bit of forest that we've really seen? Because that is one clue that we have as to be where the witch would be.
Yeah, in perhaps a few hours' time, this is again another streak of corruption by the looks.
So, well, I mean that seems like a beacon to me. That is where I would like to at least investigate. I don't know about you, Tarquin, Tanwen. What do you think, Xaxx?
I don't know how to deal with this magic. I really don't. So, I'm really stumped myself.
So I wonder if, like, the concentration of magic is like a sort of defense, like a how do you call it? Putting up your barriers to protect yourself. That the forest itself is manifesting, and this area without magic is what is left behind, abandoned to the intruder.
So, you think that there's no magic at all, or there's too much magic, like it's pulling into itself?
I think it is retreating for strength. So, I mean, that it is one possibility, and that the decay in the area where there is no magic is because it has been left behind, unprotected.
Maybe we just have Tarquin keep jumping.
I mean, I can't do that too much, but
Can you
no, I can only do. I could technically do like running jumps, but then I don't have as much for that. I could jump. I still think.
Yep. Have you got any more left today?
I've got one left today.
Yeah. Okay.
It's actually uses. Okay.
You are. Yeah, it is. You are also at the end of the day as well. I want to point that out.
Yeah. So.
Tanwen, would you like to climb just to see?
I now that I've had a little bit of a rest, I certainly don't mind. I can climb. Let me get out and let me see which looks like the best tree. That one. I think that one will be the safest. So yeah, let me see if I can get up it. So I assume you want an athletics or survival?
No, you feel like you can climb fairly easily. That's not an issue. Though, as you begin to sort of survey the forest, you can give me a survival check, but with disadvantage for reasons, not because you're tired or anything, but purely because
Okay.
this
Survive.
magic haze seems to be,
Ah!
it is confusing you. You get up there, and you know that scene from like The Hobbit where he's they're in that forest, they kind of go around in circles, and it's only when you breach the canopy is when you get that fresh air. Well, it's almost that sort of sense. When you breathe that fresh air, there is a slight dizziness that wears away, and you're looking around, but you're so disorientated because you could have swore either the lake would be ahead of you or behind you if you veered away, and you can't see the lake anywhere this time round. It's completely out of sight. You must have been trekking for hours in the wrong direction, and no sign of the lake anymore.
Okay. I'll come down and tell everybody that and say, I don't know. I don't know if there is a spell to keep me from seeing the lake, or if there is, if whatever we're in is just telling my senses to the point that I'm not receiving anything real. I don't know. I mean, I think we've wandered into some kind of trap,
Mm.
and
The dense,
I don't know how to get out.
the dense forest just all around you feels impenetrable. It feels like a cage almost.
Yeah.
So these tiles sort of represent you have no idea what lies within that forest.
What Tarquin
What
is
lies
going
beneath?
what Tarquin is going to do, he's going to walk up to one of the trees
Yeah.
and knock on the tree. And then be like,
Okay.
hello, realize it's kind of hard to tell, but are any of you able to talk? Could we don't mean any harm, we're just just trying to get through and get somewhere. Would not mind talking to someone.
What language do you speak this in?
I'm gonna go Sylvan
Sylvan. Okay.
because it's the most
Um,
Fey language that I have.
you knock on this tree, and at first it feels guarded. It feels dense, and you can give me a persuasion check, even though you're sure none of these trees are sentient, but you're giving it a shot anyway. Okay, 14. Yeah, that's that bonus coming in. So you have a way with words, it seems, because this tree, although guarded at first, you see it perhaps sway in the breeze slightly, and as it leans in one direction, you see all the branches and twigs that accompany them sort of bend and almost gesture, almost like they're all pointing in a direction for a moment.
Right, yeah. I am filled with gratitude for the help you've provided. I hope you continue to grow strong and that the soil is always rich and the sun always provides the light you need for photosynthesis. Right. He walks back to the wagon that way and points.
What did you ask it? I did not speak Sylvan.
I asked it we just wanted to get through, and if there was someone I could speak to, then I'd be most appreciative, and it pointed that way.
Speak to? The trees know who you can speak to. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well,
Hey, what can I say?
I mean,
Monarchs.
it's any kind of a hint is a bonus at this point. We have,
Yeah.
at least we know.
I mean, even if it's just like a coincidence and it was just like the wind blowing in that direction, it's as good a direction as any, you know?
yeah. Clapperclaw's wondering to himself and goes, "Well, wasn't there someone who said that the? Well, that's right. It was the Fireflies. They said that some of them do talk. Some of them.
Yeah.
I mean, we've already met one that talked.
Yeah, that's kind of what gave me the idea to, perhaps they were scared of us, or perhaps they have like a natural like orders or something that they follow when people they're not familiar with. So what better way to try to get through than to just ask? And if nothing came of it, I look like an idiot. But I always look like an idiot anyway, so who cares?
Well, you look like you're tired, but not an idiot.
I could do with a nice long sleep, but I'd prefer to. I don't know. It's
If we, if we do get like a proper
You can push
rest,
on for a bit if you
then
want. You can rest.
then we can I can change out some of my spells and maybe that'll help things.
yeah. I feel like whilst it's been a long day at this point, that this tiredness seems to have come on over us almost a bit strangely, so I'm worried about us falling asleep here. So I'd rather just move on at least a little bit.
Oh,
Like
you're
we
worried
might
about
not ever wake up.
he's worried about the endless sleep. Yeah, I fell into one of those before.
Say what?
But hey, I finally woke up.
Endless.
Yeah, like this. This is how I woke up. Maybe you'll get, like, cool claws and straw.
No, I mean the straw. I wouldn't say no to because that seems to have some useful abilities. But I kind of like my hands. I need them to juggle.
Okay. Alright, let's push on for a bit longer then.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm okay.
yeah. And if it's a
Alright.
magical sleep effect, it shouldn't be affecting Solomon at least.
Alright. So, you're pushing on into what your bodies are normally not used to in this particular instance. But as you're pushing on and going in the direction that this one random tree that you asked if any of them can talk has gestured, it's not. It's a long while. It's about another probably 2 hours. It feels like waltzing through this forest, going over the difficult terrain. You're so glad that you've got this wagon. Otherwise, I'd be making you roll constitution checks at this point for like exhaustion. But you're sort of just lounging back, feet kicked back, just sort of watching the trees go by by the hundreds. And it's after a long while that I need everyone to roll a perception check.
Guidance.
You're not sure exactly what you're looking for at first. Someone, maybe like another cave, perhaps a landmark, anything. And then, Xaxx, you've been watching the trees go by one for a long time now, keeping your eyes on them. It seems as though suddenly you see the distant top of one of the trees moving, and you're not sure if it's you moving with the wagon or if this particular tree is moving against the others. It'd be easier if the wagon was still and then you could tell. But you caught something out of the corner of your eye. It looked like the tree was moving.
Stop. Cordelia, can you please stop for a second? Hold on.
Yeah, it suddenly halts.
I'll stare. I'll watch carefully at that area.
Xaxx, why are we stopping?
I thought I saw something up in the tree line, and I just need to be sure about what it is.
Oh no, we definitely need to be sure if there's something up there.
Okay. Your eyes reach further into the dim light, and you realize it's not something in the tree line, but yes, the tree line itself that is moving. A whole section of the canopy is sort of rustling and scampering through and in between the other trees. And then suddenly it kind of rises up above them, perhaps like another whole tree's length above the other trees. And you can see all these conjoining branches seem to reach something, and there's a faint light coming from that those conjoined branches.
Did everybody see that? The light, the branches, the movement over there?
Wait, are the trees following us?
It's either they're following us or they're moving around to try to confuse us. They're protecting whatever. I think they're protecting whatever that lake is, and they're trying to confuse us away from it.
Is it all the trees or just some of them?
It
Hard
seems
to
to be a
tell, but
section. Yeah, it is hard to tell, but it looks like maybe a cluster of 4 that are all connected. But as you saw it rise up, they perhaps are just massive branches that all join to the same thing.
Which 4 do you think it is?
Are the trees climbing the other trees? That's weird, right?
Mm-hmm.
it is well, yeah.
Which trees do you think it is?
It's that tree, that tree, that tree, and that tree.
Okay,
Mhm.
when I say kick Cordelia into overtime, and we just head on out, and go, and I cast spike growth in front of all the trees,
What?
Oh, Cordelia, full speed.
in front
In
of
front
all
of
the cluster of trees
that's moving.
that have been moving. So if they move with us, they're gonna
Okay.
be in a lot of
Yeah, what's the
pain.
range on that? Because it's quite far off. But you can spot it where it is. You
I
can get
thought it
closer and
was
then cast this.
I thought it was somewhere near us. Okay,
No, it's kind of like the canopy off in the distance that you spot, kind of
150
moving.
feet.
150. Okay, you'd need to get a little bit closer still, but you you're noticing though that it's like almost like you said, it's following you for a moment. So you could sort of back up or turn around and then cast it behind you, and hopefully like it follows your footsteps and goes into the spike growth.
I'll do that.
Yeah. Okay. So you lay this trap out, and it's invisible unless they spot it with a perception check,
Yeah,
correct?
unless
Okay.
unless they're expecting it and then percept it.
All
Like
right.
it'd make more sense to be
Oops.
like if it's like weird spikes appearing on a stone path, that'd be weird. But it's in the forest, so
Yeah, exactly. So it's actually quite well hidden, and it does seem as though whatever's following you, this canopy, this section of trees, does indeed follow you right over the area where you cast spike growth. And in the distance, you can hear this. Immediately, there's this rustling of all the branches, as if something's shaking from trudging through the spikes, and it lets out like a moaning groan or some sort of pained, expressive, drawn out voice.
Ooh.
I think we made something mad here.
yeah. I'm sorry, but stop following us.
How long does spike growth last once you cast it? Like an hour?
10 minutes.
Okay.
A
Well,
minute.
all right.
And if they go from one side to the other, I'm pretty sure it's like 16 D4 damage.
Okay.
It has stopped. Whatever has happened though, the canopy that was following you has indeed stopped, and it seems to be standing on your patch of spike growth. And you would reckon you'd only need to go a few trees through the tree line to actually see what it is.
Shall we keep going, or are you looking to go back and figure out what it is?
I think we should keep going, get away from this, and have Tarquin jump again or me climb again and see if we can see anything when that thing is not near us. Tarquin jumping would be a lot faster than my climbing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree.
Great.
I agree.
Yep.
Okay.
I agree. We try to get ahead of it. If it comes close again, we can cast Spike Sing again and, just run.
Yeah. We just hold it back. But at the moment, unless it decides to move through it, it's stuck there for 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, can we ask Cordelia to run, trot, canter?
Yeah, it can start to pick up pace, definitely. Not terribly fast. It's not like it's going like 60 for a round or anything. But it's going about what you'd expect to be like walking speed through the forest. So yeah, it's like a canter. Now, that's where things get interesting, I guess, because... Alright. Yeah, it's gonna happen. Okay,
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna roll this. See what... So, you speed off and try to get distance from this thing, and about... Ooh, I don't know. I'd only say about 20 seconds later, you hear something whistling through the trees. It doesn't sound like it's on foot. It sounds like it's in the canopy like a bird, but it sounds like it's going through like leaves and twigs and snapping them, and it's going quite swiftly, as if it's darting in and out. But at the same time, it's remaining completely hidden. And just when you think you catch an eye of it, is when you hear this sound. It sounds like a voice, but it didn't say a word. It said some sort of uh, arcane pronunciation. That's for sure. Like Gruriof Su. And then I need to roll this, I guess. Let's roll it. I would say roll a saving throw, but there is none. It's just that kind of spell.
What? How many
Yeah,
spells? Is it magic missile?
no.
How many spells don't have saving throws to them?
Yeah, a couple.
Power word spells don't.
I
Can
would
I
say,
comprehend language with this?
Whereas
you
in the
won't
language
need
any of
to
us
because
speak.
Xaxx knows exactly what spell this is. It's not a language, but rather an incantation. And yeah, Xaxx, you know what spell this is. It's just as it hits you is when you recognize it. I'm gonna roll it now. It's 7, 9. Yeah, okay. It's a lot.
This is gonna be this.
Ooh,
43.
that's a lot
Okay.
of.
Let's look at the party real quick.
I have a feeling this is sleep, isn't it?
So Zach, you're just about to tell the group when suddenly you fall unconscious and slip off the side of the wagon, or perhaps you just slump against Tanwen, who has also completely dozed off. Both Tanwen and Xaxx are snoring heavily. I think, yeah, Tanwen's just human, so they can be put magically to sleep. Yep.
Yep, and I'm down hit points still, so
Those are the only two, though, I believe. Probably Clapperclaw as well. Yeah, Clapperclaw too. But it's hard to tell if he's snoring or not. But yeah, those three have definitely sort of clocked out, and they just leant up against each other.
Is this like a mass sleep
Okay.
spell?
And you just hear
it's just sleep.
well, it's just sleep. And then you hear a slight laughter from the tree line.
Excuse me. Do you mind?
I slap Xaxx awake. Sorry.
I could say the same. Do you mind?
I mean, what did I do to you? What did they do to you in particular for you to put them to sleep?
You laid a trap for us, so I'm just returning the favor.
I
You're
mean, that was
following us. We asked you not to.
Yeah, no, you
Maybe
laid a
it's that
trap
you're
for
going
us.
places you shouldn't. Being too nosy.
Well, maybe if you'd come out and legitimately just talked to us and told us this rather than, putting us in illusions and such, then maybe we wouldn't have had to go somewhere we didn't want, where we weren't meant to. You consider that?
Yeah.
It's not like
You
you put a
laid a-
signpost up saying, "Don't go this way, big magical secret."
Yeah, you laid a trap for us, so we laid a trap for you, but now you've laid another trap, which means we owe you a trap.
Also,
It's only fair.
I'd say we're about even.
Reciprocation, right, in here?
firstly, if we're accidental guests in your area, doesn't the rule of hospitality come into effect?
That depends. Are you going to be hospital? What? Hospital? I don't know.
I mean, I'm
That
perfectly
word.
willing to have
I am
a
a
nice.
cleric. I can be a hospital.
I'm perfectly willing to have a nice conversation, Witchlight Monarch, to whoever's in charge of your lot.
I'm in charge. That's why I came to see you, to see if you were a threat to the forest,
Well,
or if
And
you're
have
just
we
lost.
have we seemed like a threat so far? Have
Well,
you
you
seen
have
us
got
do anything
weapons.
destructive?
well then, may I have your name?
Well, maybe.
Or
What's your
perhaps,
name?
I mean, my name currently is the Captain.
Well, you're just talking to the forest. That's all.
Fair enough. Well,
And
as
you do hear this voice as it says that. It does sort of whirl around you, and you see this kind of small puff of mist. It's just sort of, you thought it was perhaps just the general kind of mood of the forest, but that particular cloud perhaps just whiffs around and follows a circle around the group.
Alright, so you obviously see us as a threat because we're carrying weapons, and I understand that. We could be a dangerous bunch to you. We don't mean any harm to the forest. We're just looking to travel through. I did some scouting, saw a nice lake that seemed to somehow be safe from the rot, and I was just curious about it and wanted to see how it and why it was safe. Maybe, maybe there's someone there who could help us. Or maybe it's just a nice place to be. But
See, now that sounds really untrustworthy.
why would that be untrustworthy? I wanted to see a lake because it looked pretty and the moon pointed in that
That's
direction.
not just any lake.
Well, what's so special about it other than the fact that it seems to be safe from the rot?
If I told you that, that would mean I trust you, and that's not the case just yet.
Okay, how can we earn your trust?
Now that is a good question. You see the mist sort of lower slightly, and suddenly coalesce into a humanoid shape. And they're leaning back, arms behind their back, legs kind of folded, almost lounging on the branch. And they look down at you, and by the description you've seen on the poster, this absolutely has to be Will of the Feywild in the flesh.
We met a friend of yours recently.
We helped a friend of yours.
Exactly,
Recently.
yes. We
Hey.
saved,
Wendy.
yeah, Wendy from the Zygontomas in Fable Race.
Are we supposed to be seeing Will on our screens right now?
Not yet, but I'll give you his token art.
Okay.
He says, you know Wendy? You know Fable Rice?
Yes,
You've
Wendy.
come to get me. You've come to get me back. And he suddenly springs to his feet.
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. In fact, we merely came to give you a message from Wendy that she misses you. She is working on writing a better ending for your story, one that would satisfy you both. We had some strong words with Yarn Spinner and told him that, his ending was bad and he needed to rewrite it to make a better ending.
Yeah, this could be a trick that Yarn Spinner would spin. I don't know. Still don't know. Alright, I've got an idea. You want to earn my trust?
Sure.
There are reasons to be cautious in the forest.
Of
Those who
course.
wield weapons around here are not all friendly as you guys seem to appear.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, we ran into no wait, that was in one of the stories. We ran into some tin soldiers that were led by a drum. They weren't very friendly. And also some hobgoblins and some weird black knight. He seemed a bit of a dick.
So you fought pirates? And he suddenly leans forward, like almost interested, his
Well,
face kind of alight.
We certainly had dealings with them, yes. We've even managed to get our own cannon.
Dealings? You've got a cannon? Wait, so you are pirates?
No,
No,
no.
we stole it from the pirates.
We're
Okay.
what's the right word? Privateers. We steal from the pirates.
All
Like
right.
Robin Hood. You have heard of Robin Hood?
Who? No, never heard of him.
He steals from the
Steal from
rich
the
to
bad
give.
guys to give to the good guys. That is
Exactly.
us. Mhm.
But there is a big pirate problem in this forest, and I've been dealing with it as best I can, but there's only a few of us, and, not exactly fighters.
There's more of you?
He looks at you suddenly like, yes, but not sure if I should introduce you just yet. Maybe if you promise to deal with a particularly menacing pirate here.
What is this pirate and why is he so menacing? Or they so menacing? I don't want to make assumptions.
He's a cruel, deceitful redcap. I'm sure you've come across some already.
We
They're
have dealt with
crawling
some red
together.
caps.
Yeah, well, this one's the worst of the bunch. Thinks he's a captain of his own ship too. It's not even his own. It's not even his ship.
Is it your
But
ship?
no, if I had a ship, I'd be a pirate.
You
This
don't
ship
have to
used
be a
belong to
pirate
pirates.
to. You don't have to be have a. You don't have to be a ship. You don't have to be a pirate to own a ship.
Okay, well, this one does own a ship, and he absolutely is a pirate.
Hmm.
And his name is
What is his name?
Big Red.
Hmm. Does he? Hmm. What were the red caps turned into that we met previously? Goats or
Goats.
yeah. Is there anything goat-like about him?
Hmm. He laughs. No. What?
Oh,
That would
it's
be
just.
great to see, though. If you could turn him into a goat,
I
he would have earned my trust.
it's we ran into this group of red caps and they'd been turned into goats and they were trying to harass these others. So we basically tied them together with their own weapons after disarming them and sent them running back to their boss.
Ah, well, good job.
Yeah.
That was mostly the fairies, it seems.
Yeah.
All right, well then, if you deal with this one pirate, I can tell you all about Wayward Pool and how to get there.
Could you take us to him?
Yeah, take us to your pirate and we will bippity boppity bash him.
There's a problem. If I go, he's gonna use something against me.
Well, can you have your trees point us in the right direction?
Oh, yeah. He's not too far. In fact, he's by the coast.
No.
The Cloistered Cove, I think it's called.
Fair enough. Do you know if he's going to be there for a while? We could, whilst you put some of us magically to sleep, we could probably do with a rest, or do you think we should deal with him first?
Well, you say, you said about cannons. I'm not sure exactly what armaments he's got aboard the ship, but they could be dangerous.
Okay.
So it might be best to take a rest.
Well, in which case, we will take a rest, and as we're trying to earn your trust, I'm hoping you will earn our trust by not trying to. I mean, we're going to have a watch anyway. You can't be too careful, but don't try to harass us during our sleep, you know? Or steal our dreams or something. I've heard people do that. It's weird.
Which one of you hurt our friend with the big spikes and the you put a thorn in one of our friend's
Not,
feet.
none of us did. They walked into it themselves.
I mean, I could go pull the thorn out of their foot if you want, or
But-
Xaxx could. He's better
I
with
could
medical
do.
stuff.
I could heal. Yeah, I could heal them if they really wanted something.
But I
Little,
could get.
Little Oak seems to think that it's some sort of magic, nature magic, and Little Oak knows best.
Yeah,
Very wise.
I can drop that if you want, and it should disappear.
I knew it. Oh, well, Little Oak knew it. But yes, if you could, that'd be great.
And
That
it's
way
gone.
we can keep a nice close eye on you guys.
And it's gone.
And in the distance, you hear that kind of sigh of perhaps a relief as the canopy begins to stand and begin moving again.
Just don't keep trapping us here like that again. It was the only way we could, get away from being stuck.
It's not us you want to be worried about. It's those damn red caps. And sure enough, getting closer and closer, you can see this incredibly large tree beginning to come into view. And this small group of children is also frolicking around the leafy oak tree, and you can hear their gleeful yelps carrying through the forest as they emerge. They have painted swings dangling from the branches, which one of them swinging in, and you can see nestled in the crown of this ramshackle is a huge ramshackle treehouse, which these kids have obviously put together. And I'll show you the artwork now. It's in the bottom left here.
Oh, that's cool.
And you see Will hops up onto the hand of this giant tree and says, "Everyone, this is Little Oak." And he gestures towards this ancient bearded tree that sort of regards you with ancient eyes and looks at you. He seems to be looking perhaps in Solomon's direction as Will whispers something to its ear.
That is truly a magnificent oak tree. I've seen many trees, but nothing like that before.
You could even say it's tremendous.
Yeah,
Greetings, Little Oak. We come in peace.
yeah, I'm sorry.
He sort of groans slightly, and then you see it kneel down. It seems to be like rubbing his foot from the spikes, and you can see some of the thorns are like curled up in the bark.
I guess I'll give him a heal.
I do have a question just whilst this is happening. If you're a little oak, is there a big oak or just an oak? Just curious.
Regular oak. Standard oak.
You hear one of the other children say, "Little Oak has family everywhere. They're just one sibling." And she gestures around her. This little girl is just sort of pointing at all the trees one by one, like, "That's the older brother. That's the second oldest brother. That's the fifth oldest brother." And just keeps going.
After we dismount, I'd like to start a campfire and start cooking. And since we've got so many children here, I know I can find food for 5 people, just being a ranger, but I'd like to ask everybody if they are comfortable doing so, contributing some rations so that we can feed everybody. Feeding children often will win their trust.
You hear a
I can contribute some rations I have. I think I still have
Yeah,
some rations.
don't use your pie. Don't use your pie thing.
I
would
can't
contribute what I
use
have.
my pie thing.
Yes.
I will.
You see-
Maybe I'll go searching in the forest and see if I can find some berries or something, or some
I'll
sort of
hand
food as
over
well.
a day's worth of my rations to
Okay.
the pot.
You can go foraging, Xaxx. That's just a
Yeah.
great survival check. You can
I
see
also
up in
have
the
carrots for some reason, so I'll just give over the carrots. I don't know why I have
Oh,
carrots. So.
that's from the brigands' hideout.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna
The
give over the rest of my carrots as well.
Chris, do I need to make a survival check as well?
yeah,
I
if you're
know that.
foraging or if you want to set up a camp.
Okay. Because I know rangers are supposed to be able to find food for 5 people automatically.
You got the wanderer background, yeah.
Mhm.
Then yeah, you don't have to roll for that. If you got wanderer, that's fine.
Yeah.
And seems Xaxx is pretty proficient as well in finding all kinds of
Hey.
truffles. You find some truffles with that, I would reckon. So, like a delicacy in here in thither.
Oh, nice.
And you can hear a voice from the top. Seems to be looking at you with a spyglass, and he says, "Will, are they safe? Are they friendly?" And you hear the Will of the Feywild reply, "It's okay, Bobby, but keep an eye out, just in case there's any other dangers."
So, because I don't want to go near the tree because I'm Solomon, and I don't want to decay it in any way, I will use my new tool and send Buzz Lightyear over there to give him a heal.
Buzz Lightyear.
And he gets, he's only 2. Oh, that was a really poor roll.
It's all right. He only
I-
stepped on a few. He
Mhm.
didn't drag his feet through the thorns. He only took 2d4, wasn't it? There you go.
Hey.
That's exactly how much damage he took. So you're all
Yay.
good. You see a little bumblebee
Perfect heal.
flutter over, and it unplucks the thorns from the tree's feet,
That was perfect.
and you hear this. There's a little female orc who's he's like trying to catch the bee as it's flying back to you,
Yeah. I'll
and
I'll send it about so it's just like fluttering about them.
oh, what is it? It's making a ticking noise. And
The fire the dragonflies are so excited about them chasing the bees that they go the bee that they go flying around too. Because they
he
want to
just
play in the game. They
the,
think this is a game and they want to play.
the orc seems to just be overjoyed as it's going around in circles and circles, trying to catch the fireflies, but they're always way too quick. And yeah, and you can hear Will sort of shout out, "Zeno, you're too slow." And he sort of just like huffs in his direction. Will just laughs. But yeah, there's like at least 3 other children it seems in total, plus Will, and they they have a little kite that's flying out the back of their treehouse. Some of them climb back up there. They seem to be settling down for the night as well. One of the more curious ones seems to kind of get over close towards the campfire. And it's like, smells good. You can see this ginger-haired female wood elf's like, what are you cooking?
It's called camp stew, but it's really good because it's a little bit of everything. So everybody should find something they like in here.
I have some.
Does anybody have any like rabbit or hare that they can put in? I'm kind of craving little rabbit
Um,
stew.
Xaxx, right now it's just vegetarian because I didn't take
Okay.
the time to set snares.
Oh, okay. Okay. Maybe next time we can
But
find
it's
some
got a
rabbit.
lovely onion flavor. So I found some wild onions. And with the
Okay.
carrot, this is going to be really good stew. I just wish we had some potatoes.
Will
I have
ask.
some. Oh, I did find some truffles. We can put some truffle in there. Yeah.
Oh, excellent.
Will asks, how did you like your sleep, by the way? Dozed right off. It must have been a long journey.
It has been. And, I I have been raised by people who've been in wars, and I was always told, "Sleep when you can."
This is definitely the guy who cast sleep on you, Xaxx, just before you went kind of nodded off.
I'm pretending not to realize that, and because we want the children, obviously we want the children's goodwill, which is why we're feeding them and trying to show them we're good people. I heard that much of what Tarquin was saying when I just woke up.
Will says Will says you're trying to get to the Wayward Pool.
I don't know the name of it. Maybe it is the same place, maybe it's not, and I don't want to lie. Can you tell me about the Wayward Pool?
Oh yeah, I can tell you all about. And then Will swoops in, says, Shh. Hey, not yet. Remember, they need to earn their trust first. Okay, Salone? Oh, but it's really cool. You gotta go there. This is it's just it's ah. They try to like like hold back saying anything, and Will's just like,
Oh,
Salone.
I tell you what, I think that's our plan for tomorrow. That we'll go there and hopefully you'll come with us. Meanwhile, I think the stew is almost done. Do y'all have your own bowls up in the treehouse? Can somebody go up and get bowls and cups for water?
Bobby, chuck down the bowls. And you see this boisterous dwarf child like swing down from the branches, collects a load of cutlery, and yeah, they rappel down from this rope ladder. And yeah, they all begin gathering around your campfire. The other children seem much quicker and much faster to like trust you guys, whereas Will sort of sat there at the top, arms on his hips, sort of still eyeing you guys like,
Well, Will, you don't have to eat. Absolutely understand, but you need to eat something, even if you don't eat what we're serving. So you don't want to lose all your energy. Remember, boys need energies to grow, and food gives you energy.
I don't have any. I don't have an appetite right now. In fact, I'm not eating anything at the moment, and he sort of like storms off in a little bit of a huff, and the other children seem to notice this and like, oh, we're sorry. Will's a little bit grumpy. He's actually just upset. Not with you guys though.
Do you know why he's upset?
Big Red. They they stole something precious to him. Precious to all of us. They took our friend.
Oh
Wendy?
dear.
Not Wendy. No. Um, there's like this little fairy that they're really cute. They're about this big. They have like a little green skirt. You've seen a fairy, right?
Yep.
Yes.
I worked with some.
Would her name be Belle in some form or fashion?
Oh, you know them?
No. I just have heard stories about fairies, and it seems like they always have a variation on the name Belle.
Huh. Well, yeah. Bella is like they're inseparable. Will and Bella is like cotton and candy. Yeah.
Well, nobody deserves to have their friends stolen. That's now that is definitely something that needs to be fixed.
Yeah, he's not been able to eat anything since they got taken.
Do you know who took her? Or them?
Yeah, Big Red. That's the red
Oh,
cap
yeah.
who's in the cloistered cove. I think he's trying to lure Will, and Will knows it's going to be a trap, but he thinks they'll do something terrible if if Will doesn't, surrender
Well,
to him.
sometimes traps need to be sprung. And if you know you're walking into a trap, you can figure a way to walk in it so it turns on whoever set the trap.
Mr. Bunny Rabbit, you look like you have something to say.
Tarquin fills up a bowl and heads off after Will.
Oh, yeah. Go talk some sense into him.
Yeah.
He doesn't really mistrust you guys. I'm sure he would jump at the idea of allies in this place, but you know, I guess there's a lot at stake. That's all. Speaking of, and they kind of like dig into the bowl.
Yeah.
Tastes like steak.
My grandmother always told me to be certain of your friends, because they're the ones you need to trust the most. So it's good that Will has caution. It's good to be certain that you know somebody before you decide to trust them.
How long how long ago did Will come to you? Is he
Will-
very new to this parts?
Will is like he's like our rescuer. Before Will, most of us were cooped up in that dirty workshop, working for meanie Granny. It was Will who saved us.
Really?
How-
How did y'all get taken into the workshop? How did y'all get there?
They look at each other and they're like, we were taken from our homes. I remember falling asleep and then waking up in the toy shop.
Oh dear, that must have been
dear.
very scary.
Yeah, it was. We couldn't leave because those tin soldiers surrounded the place. And every time you try to leave, the scarecrows, they scream. They're like an alarm.
Scarecrow like Clapperclaw? Here, our friend?
The Clapperclaw is just limp in the corner right now, just laying on the ground. No one actually went to wake him up.
Oh,
Oops.
I'll go wake up Clapperclaw.
You jostle him awake. Morning or twilight. Good twilight. He looks around and
Good twilight. Yeah.
sees we're in company. oh, food's ready.
yes,
wait.
food's ready. Come get a bowl.
Yeah, you nodded off a little bit there, but it's okay.
Wait a minute, I can't eat. Never mind. And they all seem to be laughing at Clapperclaw. And then Clapperclaw just turns around and like menacingly snaps them at their faces, and they're like, "Whoa, is he alive?"
Well,
Yeah, he's
It's kind of a good
he's a
question.
sentient being. And apparently we don't eat sentient beings, so
Well, I can always get a new head if you get hungry, and this watermelon is looking tasty. As long as you've got a replacement head, I wouldn't mind. But yeah.
or maybe a pumpkin head would be good for you.
Ah. Yeah, do you guys have a pumpkin? I'm like, well, we have all kinds of little trinkets up in our treehouse. I can see what's up there. And one of them run off and go have a look. Yeah, we're gonna jump to James and see if you can catch up to Will. You look around to see where he's gone, and then your eyes catch him all the way up in the very, very top of the tree, and you're wondering how he got up there so damn fast. But maybe he's just got quick lupine. Maybe he's got quick reflexes like you.
Yeah. Tarquin just sort of looks up,
Hmm.
puts the bowl under his hat so it'll be held in place between his ears, and then he's just gonna jump up.
Okay, sure. He just suddenly gets startled by this, the fact that you've jumped to the top of the treehouse, and goes, Hey! No one's allowed up here. You just skipped the whole puzzle.
Ow.
Yeah, get back down. Go on. If you want to talk, you have to solve Little Oak's gauntlet.
Right, just a sec. Little Oak, Do you mind if I skip that quickly to speak to Will to talk some sense into him for his own sake?
You see,
I
he does
asked.
pick you. Yeah, you ask the giant tree, and he seems to look down at you, regards you, and he just lift you up with his hand all the way to the top.
You?
But Will seems to be like unimpressed. Like, ah,
If
it's
you
supposed to be
like,
that.
I will do the gauntlet on the way down. But right now, I want to ask you what you're playing at.
Huh? What do you mean? What am I playing at?
You've come up here. You've denied the prospects of a nice hot meal made by someone. What you playing at? Why are you off by yourself?
If I have your meal, that means I owe you something.
No,
And
no. In this case, I know the rule of reciprocity is an important one, but in this case, if anything, you're offering us shelter in the lees of Little Oak, and we're offering you food. That is a fair deal. But even if it wasn't, I'm sure you could give us some trinket or something to pay for it if you really want to go into it. But it sounds to me, based on what your friends are saying, that you're not eating. And I want to ask you, considering you're meant to be like this big, outlaw hero sort of thing, how you've managed to live this long being such an idiot.
excuse me, an idiot. I'm the one who is smart. That if you go around eating anything people offer you in the Feywild, you're gonna end up cursed pretty quickly.
Yeah, I get that, and I do get that. But at the same point,
And being cursed
based
is
on
bad.
what your friends were saying, you've also not been eating just normally. So I gotta ask again, why are you being a damn fool?
Not until I get Bella back.
And there's the issue. You are an idiot. You honestly think your friend, if friends you're trying to help, would want you to be starving yourself? Do you think they would want that? And even if they did, do you really think it's smart to go into this kind of situation on an empty stomach? You're going to be weaker than normal. You're not going to have the energy to move around as you normally do. And that's enough to get you killed. So again, got to ask you the question. Why are you being a damn fool?
Roll me a persuasion check. He's really, really drilling him here. 15?
And you know
Okay.
what? Because
Well.
it's the end of the day.
You know,
Where is it?
not a fail.
I
Not a
know
fail.
it's not a fail, but I want to see if I can do better. I'm trying to find the ability. Where the hell's the ability gone? Draconic Disciple, that's the one, isn't it? Yep.
Yeah.
So I'm going to activate Draconic Presence of that
Yeah.
to reroll a d20, see if I can get higher. Nope. The 15
You
will
don't
have
want
to
to
do.
do that.
Worth a shot.
He says, "Well, I suppose I can eat something, but I just don't want to I just don't want to get distracted. I
No.
know Bella's out there, and I know that the big red is probably not feeding her.
Yeah.
It
Oh,
doesn't feel right that
I get that. Like, I honestly, I do. I get exactly where you're coming from. You feel probably responsible. You're worried about them, and so you're trying to show some form of solidarity. But as another thing, you're also meant to be the leader to that bunch down there, aren't you?
That's right.
You're not setting a very good example. Going, oh, I'm big tough. I'm gonna go without food because it doesn't help. You're not helping anyone by doing this. If anything, all you're doing is punishing yourself. And yeah, you might blame yourself. I blame myself for some of the things that have happened to some of the people I care about. But you can't blame yourself for the actions of bad people. Sure, you weren't strong enough, you weren't fast enough, you weren't smart enough to deal with the problem then. But it's not the end. So, buck up your ideas, go get some food, have a good night's sleep, and tomorrow we'll both bash in Big Red. You can save your friend, we can form some sort of alliance, and we can all have a grand adventure together. And, if you like, to add to it, I bet you there are some more kids at Loomlurch, right?
That is the plan.
Then well, that's where we're planning to head to, so maybe we can help you out with that as well.
You are?
Mm-hmm. We've got some of our own business there, but we've ran afoul of Granny, as they like to call her, and we're looking to get some things back from them. And if we can help free some children on the way and free some other people, then, that's good with me.
All right. Okay. That's a deal.
Yeah. Alright, now let's go get some food, unless you really want me to run this gauntlet that I need to do. I'm okay to do it. It sounds fun. I just wanted to have this conversation first.
So I'll drag you to the map if you want to see it.
I apparently do not own tokens with vision.
Right, sure. I'll grab the carnival cards. Here we go. Shouldn't need vision on this.
Wait, you've got
Map?
a cannon?
You've got a cannon.
I see cannonballs.
Toy cannon. Let me just.
They have cannonballs, which means they might have.
Wow! It's like a full obstacle course.
Yes, that's right. He says, "This is how I keep the getaway gang on their toes."
Love the name. I also love the alliteration. We're the carnival cards, so kind of get where you're coming from on that.
Well,
though we also have a subsidiary of Dragon Incorporated, but that's a whole other thing.
well, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Yeah, indeed.
As you say, this might be the start of a powerful alliance.
Indeed. Always good. So, I'm just looking at this. So there's like a slide, there's like a thing you have to climb up, then a ladder. Do you have to you've got like a locked ladder, you've got like... I'm guessing the door's probably got something on it. Oh, that does look fun.
He says, "All right, you start down here," and he gestures to. He starts heading towards the food.
Yeah.
But he points out, "You want to start down all the way by that rope."
Okay. I'm gonna go just for the hell of it.
Okay. Sure.
This is magnificent.
I know, the art's great.
Oh, there's a key there, so I'm guessing I need that key to get through. Probably either here or here. Not quite sure.
You can give me...
Little Oak's gonna have some back pain with that posture, though.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there also looks like there's a key there.
Especially since how he's carrying everything. Can you first give me an athletics check to climb to the top of that rope? As it's not just a rope, but it's also kind of moving at the same time. As Little Oak is moving around constantly. As soon as you thought this would be an easy challenge, but Little Oak begins to actually kind of spin around, and the rope suddenly pulls out of your hands, and you fall flat face on the ground, having not even got up halfway.
Okay.
And Little Oak kind of like looks down at you and actually picks you back up off your feet.
Yep. And so, all right, let's try that again. I think I'll see the pattern now.
Yeah, that's way better. You kind of have to position your body
like
in
Nox
the right
is also attempting it.
Oh, is Nox coming up? Or is it Solomon? I don't know. Which one is it? It's Solomon. Okay.
Yep.
Just checking. All right, then. Solomon, you start with that athletics, and you got, what'd you get? 11? Okay. It's a slow start.
Guidance.
Oh, +1. Okay, so you're guiding yourself to the top. Yeah, it does look like Tarquin gets up there just just before you, but you're both reaching that platform with those checks.
Okay, so I can see a key there, so I'm guessing you've got to like slide, or maybe like there's a
What's the
slide
key?
here, but is the slide just a quick way down? I'm guessing so. So you've got to, huh? How'd you get the key though? I mean, you could slide
I
down and then climb back up.
could farm whip it.
That's an option. That seems, I don't know, that doesn't seem in the spirit of the thing. Tarquin is gonna tie a rope and try to lasso it.
Isn't that just the same?
No, but I'm having to use skill, you're just using magic. They don't have magic.
Are you saying that me aiming my farm whip isn't skill?
I mean, it is, but I wanted to. Oh, fine.
You, you can both roll, and you'll see who gets it.
Yep.
How about that?
Competition. What am I
After you.
rolling?
You're gonna roll your dex, and Solomon, you can
guess with
actually roll to hit
I
with
guess
your
with
thorn whip.
proficiency, so I'll just roll it like it's an acrobatics check, I guess. Or a sleight of
guy-
hand. Sleight of hand makes sense.
I'm gonna guidance myself first.
15.
I think you can guidance the thorn whip, but
Can you not? What's farm
No.
whip guidance?
because it's an
It's
attack.
ability check, yeah.
Yeah, you
Um,
need bless.
Alright.
It seems as though Tarquin is able to get this key quickly with the rope that they lassoed through. Picks up the first key,
Okay.
but
Right, and then we've got to climb on these, I guess.
yep.
So Tarquin will hop up and see if he can like start swinging across, I guess, monkey bar
Yeah, you
style.
can swing across. This is more of an acrobatics.
As he hops up
First.
because he had a lasso on him, I'm gonna grab hold of the rope.
Okay, that's
Okay, sure.
That's gonna make this extra difficult, but I'm very wow, that's terrible.
It's not the greatest.
I blame
and Solomon, you're
blame
holding
Solomon
on.
for holding on.
That's probably how it turned out. You're slowing him down. You're feeling like this extra weight. There's something dragging you down, and you look down and
Hey.
see Solomon just swinging like, hey.
Yay!
But yeah, you keep going. You do, with an 11, do manage to make it to this platform, and Solomon's dangling still.
I pull myself up.
Yeah.
Fun. Oh, there's
Next
another
one's
key
gonna be a
there.
lot. There is.
Yeah. Okay.
Ah,
So he's got like a sticky beard.
Mm-hmm.
Little Oak, is it gonna hurt you if I try to swing on your beard to get the other key?
You see, a little oak actually maneuvers and moves his beard out of the way,
Okay.
and tries to like stop you from seeing it almost. But you do know it's there. He's just like of hiding it.
Little Oak.
He looks down.
Do you see that intruder over there to your right? Look, over there. I'm trying to convince him to turn his head to the right so we can grab the key.
A deception check.
Yeah, can I roll a deception check? Where's deception? Oh. With guidance.
11. You see he casting a spell. He's like seems to be
No.
getting a little bit moany.
Okay.
He sees straight through your lie, and instead he puts a hand here as a barrier so that you can't thorn whip it or anything. So there's a barrier like right here now.
Oh no.
Okay. Right. Right. Let's climb up. I've got an idea.
This is a trickier one. Acrobatics again, or
Yep.
you could also use athletics. That's a much better roll though. Seems now that you're free from Solomon, you're able to quickly swing from bar to bar.
Hop.
Solomon, you get halfway up and then fall, landing on the platform, taking 6 bludgeoning damage.
Oh, 13 wasn't good enough then, I'm guessing.
Oh, 13. No, you need one more.
Oh.
I don't know if I need to do anything for the ladder.
Tarquin, no, you speed up the ladder, no problem. And you find
Alright.
yourself in a little room with gears and turn. There
Ooh.
is a cannon, but it doesn't seem like it's
Okay, I think I see what I need to do here.
Okay.
So I'm gonna take this gear out and pull it on
Okay.
there,
Yeah.
and then it looks
You
like
see
there's
them fit together.
yeah. Looks like then I should. Is this like a lever here?
That is a lever inside
Yeah.
the basket.
Then he'll get in there and pull the lever, and it will hopefully lower him down to where he can get the key.
Pull the lever, Kronk. Yes, indeed, it does lower down. You see a right close up of Little Oak's face. He looks at you as your tiny little white rabbit descends past him, and you're able to snatch up the key from his beard.
Yep. Now
Do I see the basket come down over there?
Yeah, you can see, can sort of see it.
I first step into the basket.
Okay, sure.
Alright, and
Solomon's
then I'll reverse the lever to get us back up.
okay. Up you go.
Alright, okay. Alright, and then we've got 2 keys now, and I'm gonna guess one of them's for this door.
That it does indeed fit the door.
And then, okay, it looks like based on the physics, pushing this down, then that weight is then gonna pull it back open, isn't it?
Oh, also because I first stepped, can you give me a wisdom save? Tarquin?
I mean, it's a fear effect, right, for that?
Yeah.
Okay, I have advantage, so...
You pass anyway.
It's alright. He knows it's you.
Yeah, I was just checking.
Yeah, there is a big weight that is currently holding up the platform by the looks.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's just see. So Tarquin's gonna head up the stairs, which I'm guessing end up here,
They do, yeah.
and push down the try pushing down this and see what happens.
You can. You can give me an athletics check.
I go underneath here, and as he's doing that, I'm gonna pull it down with a foam whip.
Damn, good roll.
Oh, nice.
So we're doubling down on it.
Okay, yeah, Simon, you can roll your strength as well. You can thorn whip up to the top and around the platform and yank down as hard as you can. And you're holding onto it. Tarquin, you manage to push it down. And give me that strength check, Simon. Or athletics.
Check. It's all the same. Yes.
You're holding onto it as hard as you can. Tarquin, you have pushed it down. And it's almost as you're crossing it. I'd like you to give me a strength save. Yeah. As soon as you
Strength save.
As soon as you push it down, yeah, or a deck save. We'll go with deck save. It just suddenly flips back up.
Yeah,
that's good
what I
though.
thought.
You're able to run over the top and flip through the gap before it slams back up.
Okay.
Solomon, you get yanked up because you've tied yourself to the top.
That's exactly what I want.
Oh, it was like your plan.
Can I get onto this platform then?
You could try and swing from there. Yeah, I'll say. Give me your choice of athletics or acrobatics. And try and swing from there to get onto the actual.
Yeah, I'll be hanging on this, and I'm like, oh, I got this. And I crunch some of my leaves.
You can crunch some leaves too.
I'm crunching some
Yeah,
leaves. Yeah.
there you go. The crunchy leaves, I reckon, are like a little bit of a breeze that starts you swinging, and then you push off from the thorn whip, retracting it, and land next to Tarquin on the upper level.
Okay,
it's all working out.
So then we've got another key here, though. I'm tempted to use the telescope to just scout things out around the area in general.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Because not because that might reveal more hexes, because we're quite high up. It's a telescope.
That's very true. Bobby was having a little look through here first, and he seems to be able to see great distances. The telescope does give you advantage on perception checks, so you can give me a perception check with advantage, and we'll see what you reveal on the. Very good. Okay.
27.
In the distance, you see the cloistered cove. It is a far, far shore, but it looks like there is a path leading down to it, and you're actually at the start of that path. Seems like the getaway gang is sort of positioned, ready to sort of head down there, and you guys are just sort of intercepted them in time. And also, you see the lake from here as well, glittering moonlight reflected in its surface. And what else? There's something else you see from up here as well. That is, it's all the way to the west, and it too has this kind of pearlescent moon-like feature to it, and it is sat in the middle of an immense crater as well. It's just there in the forest. You can see the trees kind of knocked back from it, from its impact. Looks like a meteorite.
Hmm.
And it's still kind of glowing the silver light.
I make notes of these. So,
And
okay.
what else? You can see sort of distant mountains, and all the way yonder there is a mist that sort of envelops the forest all the way to the distance. And even indeed past the shoreline, like the sea sort of is enclosed with this mist as well. Doesn't look like you could just sail out. You would just get surrounded by it. Yeah, I think that's everything. Probably do spot another fairy ring as well, I'll say. Yeah.
Interesting. Right.
You know what? I'll even take you to the map real quick.
Yep.
Yeah. So if I'm gonna have a little quick look at this. It has been a while since you've seen this map.
Yeah. I actually really want this tree house in real life, I'm not gonna lie. Like, honestly, why an adult tree house is a thing?
They are.
Tree houses
No,
aren't really a
seriously.
big thing in the UK, unfortunately.
Have you not seen some of their shows that they build them up in northern US and Canada? These enormous tree houses that they turn into like Airbnbs and things like that.
Huh.
It's like
Wow.
Treehouse Masters, and they
Nice.
are just amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. Just as a heads up, Chris, there's someone in the Twitch chat who apparently has been watching for a while and would love to ask you a few questions.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I've told them if they have a Discord ID or something, they can drop him, give you a message after or something.
Yeah, I've given the Discord link, absolutely.
Yep.
I'll invite you to the Discord. You can chat with the cast and myself in there.
Yeah. So there you go,
Alright.
Sedana92.
There you go. There's the cloistered cove at the very, very top.
Okay.
That's what you've sort of spotted.
Oh, so it's an actual proper coast. That's kind of cool. I wasn't expecting an actual coastline in here for some reason. Honestly, a beach in the Feywild is not something that comes to mind, but I don't know why.
Well, there it is. This sort of mist-enclosed cove that apparently a big red cap rules on his pirate ship, and that's your destination once you wake up. That is where you can prove your trust to Will. So, that's giving you a bit of context of where you are in this place, where you are in the map.
Yeah.
Even though you've been going by Hex, this is the first time you've got a really good lay of the land.
Wait,
and
is this the lake that we saw?
That is. I told you were traveling for a while.
Wow, we got really lost.
I said minutes turned to hours, and hours just droned and drained away. That's why I say that's been a whole day, like just wandering, meandering. But nonetheless, you've got a nice place to sort of rest up and ease the night. I'm going to take you back to Little Oak because you're right at the end of this.
Yep. So I've obviously got this. So Tarquin is just gonna try to. It looks like it's locked, so I'm guessing he's gonna have to jump up and try to put the key in and twist it.
Yeah.
Like it's
well,
not
I
super
mean-
high, so he should be able to do it. Even with...
Oh, did you send the invite?
I haven't,
Okay. Oh, that's true.
but
I'll
they've
send one.
they've sent
I'll create an invite. Hold on.
yeah they've sent that's there.
Xaxx, Rodolfo? I don't have anything to wager, but friendly wager. Looks like Solomon's not been distracted. Tarquin got distracted by the telescope, so I don't know. I think Solomon might win this little race. What do y'all think?
I will
When it comes
always
down
bet
to
on
the jump
Solomon.
versus the thorn whip, right? I
Yeah.
put my faith in Solomon today.
I always put my faith in Solomon.
The best part is, you guys probably see it as us racing, but we're just trying to get up.
And I also think Tarquin has both of the keys. That's like
Yeah, but you know, if there are 3 friends in any friend group that are watching 2 friends do something, then we're going to be talking some smack
Oh, yeah.
about them in the background.
Yeah, I'll try and undo the lock while he's busy with the telescope. Then
All right.
take the key.
You could easily reach it. You're quite tall and
Yeah.
lanky, as you said. Yeah, you can fit the key in the lock, and sure enough, this mechanism undoes the ladder and it drops down. You can get to the final floor, where you can see there is a trunk. There's little carpets. It's almost like it's like a sleepover where you can see all the little pillows and blankets laid out. They got a trunk of all their clothes and belongings. There's all kinds of little trinkets and stuff here, and you can see there's costumes. They've painted them. We've painted like little headdresses and such. Lots of hats. Tarquin, you notice.
yeah. Tarquin looks
they
at the
got, like-
hats and he's just like tempting. I'm honestly not surprised they were worried about the party, considering Tarquin is literally dressed like a pirate captain.
Yeah, that's why he was like, "You're a pirate."
No, I'm just a
What
buccaneer.
What hat do you think will suit me?
Ooh, what hat options we got?
Oh God. Okay.
Give me a few hat options.
Yeah, you got probably there is another pirate hat here. Maybe one that they also stole. You've kind of got this big feathered headdress. There's a couple of animal head like I'd say like they're like the paper mache, and you can see some of them made out of like feathers and such, but none of them are actual animal skins or anything.
Is there a
But
paper mache like elk?
yeah, sure. There's one they've made out of twigs and sticks.
I'm thinking that
And,
one for Clapclaw. And then is there like a paper mache?
There's a unicorn horn.
Do you want to be a unicorn, Solomon? Maybe you're the alicorn we've been looking for all this time and you just need the horn.
Maybe. Yeah.
I will present Solomon the unicorn horn, and I'm going to take the elk one down for Clapclaw, because whilst it's not his skull, he might appreciate it.
What if? What if we both be pirates, and then as we're climbing further to the top, we shout down that we have commandeered their vehicle, and then all the kids have to try and get up here.
Like a challenge to try to with a prize maybe of some kind. That sounds fun.
But we'll climb further up because it looks like there's a door over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see at the trap door, Will's peering in, giving you a look like, this isn't King of the Hill.
But doesn't that sound like a fun game? You know? And think of it as practice. You know, they've got to be ready to take on pirates. Why not use this as practice? One last practice.
You're not involved because you can just fly up here. Can he fly up here?
You say that, and he's like, wait, how do you know I can fly?
I thought haven't we seen him floating, misting about?
All right, that was missed, but actual flight? and he suddenly hovers off of the ground. I guess that jigs up as well.
Yeah, it's not something that's easily missed.
I thought,
See
yeah.
what you did there.
And we'll
Also, is that a giant bird's nest?
It is.
Are there
That was
actually
here before,
are there
so
eggs
we didn't
on
want
top?
to disturb it. There is. We don't know what they're going to hatch into. But
Solomon, you know about nature stuff. Why don't you have a look?
you say to the druid that doesn't have proficiency in nature.
go on then. You can roll nature.
It's
Dodo.
going. Yeah, it's going to turn into 2 giant dodos.
Nice, nice. Right.
I whisper to Will. I'm just like, "What's a dodo?"
It's a fight or flight bird,
Ah,
and you
okay.
don't want to activate its fight response because they can't
Alright.
fly.
I'd heard of them. I just didn't know what they are. Just keep the jig up. Tarquin is totally believing this.
And there's another little extra part to the puzzle, Solomon. You can see that there's these toadstools that stick out of the branches that are quite an easy climb as they make handholds.
Yeah.
And as you reach the top, Will goes, and that makes Solomon the winner.
Wait, what? What do you mean? A winner? Winner of what?
You got to the
Told
very
you,
top.
I always bet on Solomon. I always bet on Solomon.
Wait. This was a.
Yep, that's
You
the
were
final
racing?
challenge. Apparently,
Oh,
they had bets on you.
Oh,
I thought. Did I win anything?
Sure. You know what? Let's see what we got for you in here. He starts rummaging through the trunk for a trinket. And I'm actually going to roll on the table. See what you get. But yeah, he says like obviously the last path is hidden to make you think you've won, but really the more curious is the real winner.
yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Here you go. Have a rucksack.
That's
That's
in
amazing.
which one potato magically appears each day at dawn.
Hey, we were just saying we wanted potatoes.
yeah.
That's amazing.
You know what I hear is good with potatoes? When you boil them and mash them and put them in a stew.
Potatoes.
I've heard that too.
Potatoes.
Yeah,
Man, I could really give some bread too.
yeah.
Do you have
Tarquin
a-
just sort of looks down and is like, how high up do you reckon this is?
Yeah, how high up am I right now?
Oh, probably dozens and dozens of feet. It's I mean, this is not just a tree. This is a tree ent, and he reaches far and away above the canopy, probably some 50 feet into the air.
One potato appears each day at dawn. It
Yeah,
doesn't
well,
say. It doesn't say there can only be one potato in a sack.
sure.
If
It also
we,
doesn't say the size of the potato.
so it could be a big potato, and we could turn our cannon into a spud launcher.
Yeah. Also, Tarquin goes to Solomon, race you to the bottom, and jumps off.
I thought we were doing the King of the Hill thing. Oh.
Maybe tomorrow. I just feel like racing you to the bottom. And he just slow falls down from the top.
I'm just gonna shout that I've commandeered the place.
Sure. All right. So back down at the bottom, you've been getting to know the other kids. Was there any questions you wanted to ask Salone, Bobby, and Zena? This is towards Xaxx, Rodolfo, and Tanwen.
Not
I
for
wanna-
me. I was enjoying the show too much.
Okay, that's all right then.
So
I will be asking them like what they remember about the sweatshop. Like,
Oh yeah,
how-
the workshop.
were there
Oh.
guards? Were they
Yeah.
trapped? Were there?
They're guards, all right. They're tin soldiers. There's loads of them, and they march to the drum of a beat. It's like a weird walking thing. It's hard to describe. Imagine like a drum, but with legs and
Sounds
hands.
disturbing. Mm-hmm.
And also the scarecrows, they'll scream if you get close. And there's also a goblin market outside as well, and they work for Scabatha too. But there's still so many of us there. There's
Like hundreds of you, thousands, dozens,
whoa, not that many. At least half a dozen.
half a dozen.
We're the lucky
And
ones.
and you don't remember how you came to there. They were just you fell asleep and then you were there.
Woke up in that place. Maybe I'm still asleep. He kind of like taps himself on the head. Wake up. Oh,
No, I don't think so. Okay,
okay.
and the tin soldiers, do they seem to each was a different person, or were they like all acting exactly the same?
They look identical, and they all march to the same rhythm as well.
Right. Did you ever see the witch?
Yeah,
Did she ever
she
talk
was.
to you?
Uh-huh.
How
She,
did she treat you?
well, she definitely worked us to the bone, but she never hurt us or anything, but it was just a lot of work, and we wanted to go home.
Of
But
course you did.
why does she have children doing that? Is it because your hands are smaller, or was there
She
a
Yeah,
reason?
I guess, and she would ask us, like, what kind of toys we would like to make. Not that we got to keep any, but yeah, she would have us tirelessly make all kinds of new toys and such. And she'd feed us candy, which after a while does kind of get a bit sickening.
What did she use the toys for?
Not sure. There's a lot of them. She could sometimes store them. I don't know. There would be sometimes one child would come by and collect them. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. I guess maybe it's just her hobby.
Seems like a strange thing for a witch to want to do, to build all these toys. For what
Was there
reason?
a variety of toys like cars and dolls, or wagons and dolls
Yeah.
and hoops, or was it all like one type of toy?
No, dolls, like with painted faces like yours.
Like, I'm sorry, like mine?
Yeah, like with the rosy cheeks.
You've seen my doll? How did you know
No,
it was
I
mine?
no, I mean you. You've got like doll makeup on.
Well, that's just the way people look sometimes. That's the way she looks all the time.
Rodolfo and Xaxx, you turn towards Tanwen, who's been sat at the campfire for a while, and now you've come to notice it as well, that there is like doll-like features,
Oh no.
like over-exaggerated rosy cheeks, like eyelashes, and that kind of sort,
Oh.
and it's all on Tanwen's face.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
And
Uh-oh.
also their hair,
Wait a minute.
it looks much more like string than it does hair.
I mean, Tanwen, that is what you always look like, right? You don't use makeup or anything?
I don't use makeup. Xaxx, may I see that mirror again?
Yeah, here we'll show Bavlorna our progress. It means we're getting closer, really. Remember, so we're making the right strides. If you're
Oh
turning more into a
my
doll.
God. I am never eating your mushrooms again.
I told you they just glow. Hi, Bavlorna. We're doing well. Thumbs up.
You
We're getting
see, for a
closer.
moment, as you address Bavlorna, there is a reflection that shifts, and you see an eye staring back at you. An eye that belongs to a bulbous, green, warty-looking hag, and it suddenly flashes back to your reflection. You can confirm she is definitely watching.
Oh, we figured that anyway. Okay. I mean, okay. Bad news. You're turning into a doll. How's is your flexibility still like crazy?
I don't know. Let me check. I think I'm okay. I'm a
You
little
find
Like,
yourself,
floppy. I
yeah,
feel a
you find
little.
that's exactly how you feel, floppy. In fact, you're so tired at the end of this. By the end of this day, you do just want to kind of flop down and lay there.
Maybe I could
can you
sleep
still
this
fire
off.
an arrow? Try firing an
I
arrow.
I I Rodolfo, let me sleep for a little bit. Maybe this is from something earlier. Maybe if I just sleep, I'll wake up fine tomorrow. So I'm still hurt from earlier. So um I,
Okay.
I'm gonna get ready for bed. All
And
right.
this was the view of the pool as well.
Hmm.
You might as well have a little look at that
I
artwork as
mean,
well while you're here.
Ooh,
so bad. Like I said, bad news. You're more a doll, but good news. We're getting closer,
we
and the
do seem to
closer
be
we
getting
get,
closer. Strange things are
there's
happening.
progress. Yeah.
Oh
Mm.
God.
Oh, we should probably check on Solomon to see if he's got a switch on the back.
Uh, Thank you
Right?
for reminding me, Xaxx. At the top of the
Yeah.
tree, Solomon, you've heard that ticking for a long time now, but it's been a while since the last person wound you up, and you're sat there for a moment, just looking down at the rest of the pie. When suddenly the ticking it kind of peters out, and in that moment, your entire body locks up, and you are paralyzed.
Uh-oh.
Just after I've said that I've commandeered the vehicle, try and
You,
get me down. I just lock up with my hand with the pirate hat on, with my hands on the horns of the top of the thing.
hmm
I'm
You're
just
now
stuck there now.
statue.
Wow, amazing.
And I think that's probably where you'll be for the rest of the night, because it looks like at the moment all the kids are kind of heading to bed, and they're like, "We'll see you in the twilight."
Oh, all right. Well, I guess.
And yeah, have a good rest, guys.
Is it just
Get
my
lots of
body
sleep.
that locks up, or can I actually
You
speak?
you're paralyzed, so no, you can't speak when you're paralyzed.
Ah,
You're inanimate.
I guess I'm just going into a trance here then.
I guess you can still trance. That much is fine. But yeah, until someone winds you up, it seems like you're stuck here. Um, Everyone who looks up, they can see Solomon. They're clearly like resting. Their eyes are closed. They're kind of like hunched over as well. You know, when like a clockwork toy kind of like bends down after they've run out. He kind of looks like that. He's kind of slumped forward.
Leaning on the skull.
That's it. Yeah, leaning on that.
Wow.
But you guys are getting a long rest. You're safe here within the boughs of the forest. Little Oak watching over you.
I'm gonna sleep inside Cordelia.
Okay,
Me too. Yeah, I don't
I
entirely
don't,
trust.
that's no problem.
they don't trust me. I don't trust them. I'm staying by the car.
Got it.
I've already collapsed in exhaustion, so I just spread out my bedroll and I'm by the campfire then.
Perfect. And yeah, a very peaceful night's sleep passes by. No one's memories are stolen. No one has any nightmares about spiders. It is a uninterrupted rest. So make sure to click that on your character sheets, and you'll should restore all your resources and such. And then also, Tanwen, when you're coming to in the morning, there's
Oh, I get a pie tray back.
yay, we get pie.
Yes.
Oh, thank
I
goodness.
get it goes from 1 to 2.
Nice.
Fantastic. We have a pie, everyone. Um, sorry, what was I saying? That's right, Tanwen. As you're waking up in the morning, that connection to nature, it seems to like spread out like roots and like saplings sort of spreading out, tapping into unexplored areas, and it's almost like the whistling of the trees, the rustling of the underbrush is trying to sort of whisper these secrets or these different spells to you. And effectively what this means is you can prepare a new set of spells every day now as a ranger. So we're gonna play test this out.
Okay. Thank
So if
you.
you did
Thank
want to
you.
change anything out, you're more than happy to. If you're still good with the spells you've got, then feel free to keep them as they are.
I think I'm going to keep my spells as they are for right now. And since it's a fresh day, new 24 hours, I'm going to cast Good Berry. So I have some berries to share with everybody since we're going into battle.
Okay, that sounds good. Anyone else doing anything else on the long rest, or are we all good to go?
Just changing out my spells right now.
Okay, doke.
Because 1d6 plus 2.
Let's give you a minute or two to do that.
That was for my bee. My bee has now got its charges back.
Ah, the bee's restored. Fantastic. What did you call it? Light years? What was it?
Because it's a healer
Buzz right
bee,
here.
we agreed that we were going to call it Buzz Life Year.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's great. Uh,
Yeah, and I don't get anything to do on a long rest. It's just like, yeah, I get my abilities back. Cool, I'm good.
Hey, you're restored. You feel that draconic essence restored.
Yep.
Rodolfo, do I still look like a doll?
I'm afraid that you do. Yes. You don't look any more like a doll than yesterday, but you don't look any less like a doll.
Okay.
Do I still look the same? I don't look like a soldier or I don't know.
No.
Robot.
You don't look any different, Rodolfo. Yeah, you feel fine. Well, it does look like Tanwen's, their hair is kind of almost fully gone to string. It's still the same color, but instead of strands, it's fine strings.
Oh dear. I'm just gonna pull it back in a ponytail. I can't look at this right now without crying. So
Well, you could say it's the last straw.
Tarquin, you're not helping. You may not know this about human women, but we really like our hair.
Did someone say straw? Clapperclaw pipes up. I think you look fine.
See?
Thank you, Claw.
Can I try to cast mending on her hair just to see if it works?
Okay, yeah. Mending on the hair seems
Mending on the hair.
to.
Yeah.
It doesn't actually. Any split ends, any nicks or knots in your hair are sorted out. They're unwound and it looks more pristine. Yeah.
Does
And
it grow another foot? Since Mindy's supposed to make things
it doesn't necessarily mend it, but it sort of repairs any frays in
Okay.
It
the
just
hair.
looks a lot smoother.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not frizzy.
Thank you so much. I mean, it looks prettier. Thank you, Rodolfo. Don't waste any more spells. We're going
no,
into
it's
battle, and I'm gonna go wash my face and clean up a little bit and pull myself together.
Don't take it so personally. We'll get the witch that did this.
Thank you. All right,
All right.
Tanwen's gonna go do biological things that are done in the morning.
Sure.
Roll up her bedroll, repack her backpack, go put her stuff in Cordelia.
Yeah.
DM.
Yeah.
Since Tanwen is turning into a doll, does she do biological things?
Good question. Thank you. So you probably do try it for a good moment or two. Let's say it does still happen for now. Biological things are still in operation,
I
but
was thinking wash my face, brush my teeth, but okay.
and you do still have a hunger. You do still have teeth. That all feels normal at the moment, but who knows? The closer you get to Loomlight, what would go down? But for now, yeah. The only difference is the kind of face, the hair, and the kind of floppy like limb seems to be the only changes up to this point so far. Everyone's getting ready, and then you're like all looking around for each other, making sure everyone's here. And Solomon's still up on the tree, and you know that he actually finishes his rests quicker than anyone. He only has 4 hours of a trance, but they're still up there, sleeping away like a lazy head.
Why is
Maybe he
Solomon,
just
Solomon
really
still
likes
up?
it
I
up there.
don't think anyone's coming to do the King of the Hill thing, like to try to reclaim it. You should probably come down.
There is no response.
That's not good. Tarquin, can you jump up there and see
Ah.
what's going on?
Little Oak, would you mind
check.
lifting me up there so I can see what's up?
Check the back. Check his back if the switch is turned off. There's
The
a switch on
switch-
his back now.
He lowers her hand down, and anyone can actually hop onto it if you wanted.
Yeah.
And he begins
I'll jump
and
on as well.
Yeah.
You're stretched all the way to the top.
And head to where Solomon is.
Yep. He's there, sat down. The key has indeed stopped ticking and turning. It's now just still. He looks like an old
we gotta
dusty
wind him
toy
up.
forgotten in the corner.
We gotta wind him up.
Okay, yeah. The old clicking noise as it finally rotates all the way, and you give it one final tick into place, and it seems to lock there for a moment. And then as you let go, it begins to tick to life, and you see twitch after twitch. His fingers, hands, limbs begin to come into life. And you're able to talk, you're no longer paralyzed.
Oh, is it time to sleep now?
No, I think you already did, possibly.
What?
It's time to go kick
Yeah,
pirate
you-
booty.
But I was awaiting the kids having a mutiny and they didn't come up, and then we were gonna go to sleep.
I think you may have
yeah.
just wound down.
What do you mean wound down?
As in the key on your back stopped turning.
And now they're winding you up.
No. Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, it seems both you and Tanwen have become much more toy-like. Her hair's like straw and stuff.
Oh God, Tanwen, what? Oh, that's not good.
You want to know what's going on with
she's
your
a
hair?
doll.
What's going on with my hair?
Yeah.
What
So
is-
you feel around just instinctively after they just mentioned Tanwen's hair, and yours feels very solid. Like it doesn't move at all. It's like Lego hair.
Horns and everything just all
The
solid,
horns,
joined together.
the horns don't feel quite right either. They don't feel like bone. They're there. They're still in the same shape, but when you kind of tap them, they sound like wood.
Oh no.
Other than that, you still feel fine. You've actually fully rested.
Where's my
Just
skin?
Skin is also feeling a little bit tougher, harder than normal.
Huh.
It's not like it's fully gone to skin, but you know how like when you get dry, calloused skin, it's kind of like that.
Does he get the benefits of bark skin then
Mhm.
in the
Not
upcoming
quite.
battle?
Maybe if it gets extreme enough, who knows? But for now, it still resembles skin, but just tougher.
I'm not vulnerable to fire, am I?
That could be a danger. We will find out.
Huh.
We just have to hope these pirates don't have any fire launchers. I don't know. Speaking of, Will kind of addresses you all. He like, pops up into view, hands on hips, and says, "All right, your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to take out the evil Red Cap, who goes by the name of Big Red. He's likely using Bella as bait, and I fear if I show myself, he'll do harm to her. If you venture into this Red Cap's lair, it's over by the cloistered cove, you'll find a downed airship. Save Bella by all means, please. In exchange, we and the Getaway Gang will not only help you in approaching Wayward Pool, sounds like you could use a few friends if you're going towards Loom Lurch. And I've been drawing up a plan. And he holds up a little piece of paper with colored crayon drawings on it. It's very childlike, but he says, "This plan will help you in Loomlurch, but we'll get onto that later." And he kind of rolls it up into a scroll. First, we've got to save Bella.
Yep. Well,
Okay, little Oak.
Is there something that Bella would know would be a message from you, so we can prove that we're friends?
Good idea.
Is there
Yes.
something we can tell her to prove that we know you, and that this isn't a trick?
Yeah. You know what? Let me think. All right. Here. He goes into the upstairs again, like right at the top, and you can hear him rummaging through the trunk again. He goes, "All right, here. Give him this notebook. She
Okay,
knows how to read it."
Tarquin, since you're our monarch, maybe you should carry this.
sure.
And he quickly
Right.
scribbles something down on the notebook first, and then hands it to you. But as you like look at it, it doesn't look like he's wrote anything. You're just like, huh.
Tarquin shrugs, pockets it, and then says, "Right, Carnival cards." Going pirate like, "Let's go board that vessel and rescue us a wee fairy."
Aye, Captain.
I hand back the pirate hat that I was wearing all night, apparently.
No,
Yeah, it would have been on your head.
Oh, also, Clapperclaw. I hope you don't mind, Will, but I took this paper mache elk as sort of a. I hope you don't mind.
That's all right. You can keep that.
Yeah. Clapperclaw. I know it's not the one we were gonna get for you, but I thought it might be like a temporary replacement. It's like a elk skull, but made out of like special paper.
You see Clapperclaw, like, clapping his hands really, really like fast together. And he's like, "It looks just like it.
Yeah.
I think it's And one of them's like, "Yeah, we modeled it after something we saw once. Maybe it was you." And Clapperclaw proudly puts on the hat on top of the watermelon. And
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks great. He's happy. It's a little bit lopsided, but he's super happy with it. All right. Little Oak begins marching forward, and with each stride he steps, it feels like the pathway opens up before you. It feels like the terrain sort of lifts you forwards, surging you through the forest.
Are we in Cordelia, or are
Yeah.
we just walking?
You can follow along with Cordelia, and it almost feels
Okay.
like Cordelia's got like a spring in their step, as they're kind of got this the streamline behind the giant oak. All the trees just part. There's no difficult terrain. It's just a pathway sort of being opened up. And again, with the weird time travel and just overland travel in the Feywild, it feels as though when you're trying to get to a destination that's being resisted, it always takes longer. But when you've got a clear picture of where you want to go, and when you've got the forest on your side, quite literally, you get there in absolutely no time at all. And so we're going to speed along straight to the Cloistered Cove. So as trees become more and more sparse, you kind of smell that salty air in the atmosphere, and eventually the dense forest gives way to that sparkling white sand beach that you spotted. There's a gentle wave crashing along its shores, and the pristine water stretches far into the distance where it becomes enveloped in that mist. And from this distance, you can also spot a massive winged ship that lies old and broken near the high tide. The wings on the side are like torn, and the mast has all been toppled over. The hull looks like it's also been a bit worse for the wear. It's like chipped paint. It looks very weathered on the side of the bow, sorry. But you can read just about from here. It does say the Never Landing, which is a little ironic because here it is, shipwrecked on the side of the shore. So I'm going to drag you to the map. Go from there. But how do you guys want to approach? Will says that he's going to hold back, as he said, like, just in case they have something terrible planned for Bella. But they're going to hide in the tree line. So if something does happen, they can always dive out.
Tarquin, what was the battle plan that Will told you about?
That was for when we get to
Loom
Lurch. That's not for here.
Okay.
Correct, yeah.
Right, so couple of potential ideas. We go in with words and basically try to lie our way aboard the ship.
I like that. I'm okay with
I
that.
do too, because we tend to be successful with lying our way onto things.
That is true. We what else?
What?
We go in all guns blazing. You know, attack. You know, just swarm the vessel, take anyone out. Blah blah blah.
Let's try that as second. I love it most when we try to be diplomats and.
Yep. All right.
I mean, we can always fight after diplomacy, but we cannot diplomacy after fighting.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Did you have a suggestion, Solomon?
I was just saying maybe you want to go in riding a giant frog.
Out of nowhere. Excuse me, Morgoth says. Are you suggesting I'm not a mount? Morgoth shouts.
Well, no, I meant I can try and turn into one. I saw one at your. Well, I guess it's not your home anymore, but.
Yeah, I'm just considering.
What if we have Morgoth ride the giant frog? That'd be weird.
Options that would suit for that. No, I think we go in on foot, and we try to go for what's the old pirate term? Parley. I think that's the right term. I'm pretty sure pirates have to honor that. I read it in a book once.
I'm going by your description. Never dealt with pirates before, but.
Right. Right. I think it's probably best if just like one of us approaches and like tries the negotiations, and then we go from there. Maybe, you know, perhaps if I go talk to them, perhaps while I've got them distracted, you like circle round somehow.
Okay, so we stealth around and come from the other side.
Yeah.
How long do you think that's gonna take?
I don't know. But if someone could give me some like crunchy leaves or stuff to help me with my negotiations, I would appreciate it.
Sure. Unless anyone else wants to do the guidance, maybe Xaxx, because you seem to favor his more.
I will. Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like I have a weird connection with the moon more than Autumn.
Well, you've also got the dragon stuff going on, so maybe it's like a
True.
dragon thing going on with you.
Okay, so Tarquin.
So I'm gonna guidance you.
Yeah.
On that, but
concentration. Shouldn't be in. I don't think you're concentrating on nothing else, are you?
No. I'm just there's something else I'm planning to do that also requires concentration. So
I mean, if you don't want to do it, that's fine.
No, I'll guidance you. That's fine.
Okay.
There was something else. Yeah. Let's see how this works. I'm gonna use enhanceability on you.
Okay.
Give you the guidance then.
Yep. Oh god, it's enhanceability, charisma, and.
Yeah, so you do the guidance. I'll do the enhanceability. It'll give you advantage on charisma checks for the next hour.
Nice.
So I'm gonna give you Eagle Splendor. Cast spell.
That sounds fancy.
Nice. Okay.
Oh no. We've encountered an error.
As he's about to step out and do this parlay, I'm like, Xaxx, how long can you hold your breath for?
I can hold my breath for a very long time, but not quite as long if I want to stay alive.
Because I'm thinking between someone who can hold their breath really well and
Except
the
me.
portable hall, I could get someone, well, two people around to the other side of the boat and it would look somewhat natural.
Oh yeah, I could. Well, if you want to bring somebody in the hole, I can try swimming
Well,
around.
I meant more like one person in the hole carrying it and the other person swallowed.
Mhm. Oh, yeah. You can swallow me. Yeah, no problem.
So
Weird
that's
request. I turn into a giant frog, and who wants to jump in the hole, and and then Xaxx can be swallowed.
I'm not sure about this.
I,
I,
I would
I,
like to go with
Technically, I'm sure. I'm
with
sure.
Tarquin.
Yep, you can come with me,
Well, Tarquin's
Rodolfo.
going in to negotiate.
I have
So
I have
I think
charm person.
Yep.
Tanwen goes in the hole, and then you can swallow me. I'm sure when Tanwen is.
I'm still not sure about that, but okay.
Right. Tarquin's like, you deal with that. I'm just gonna go talk to them.
and then
Rodolfo, you're more than willing. I'm more than
Morgott's a
happy to
frog
come along.
anyway.
Yep.
So I turn into a giant frog, and I'm gonna swallow Xaxx, who's gonna be holding the portable hall with Tanwen inside, which is like what
Actually,
a fair few minutes of.
okay. One sec.
from the distance, can I see a name on the side of the ship? You know, like
Yeah, the
where.
Never Landing.
Oh, I like it. That's great. That's a great name.
What was it called, sir? I missed it.
The
The-
Never Landing.
The Neverland. Oh yeah. Well, it
Okay,
didn't live up to that name.
It's
no,
not a giant frog.
it didn't. It is an ironic name now.
Oh.
So we'll turn you into a frog. Hold on one second. I'm sure there's a.
It's a blue
Sure there's
frog as well, so it matches with the ocean.
Sure there's a frog in here somewhere. There it is.
We have a frog picture.
There we go. All right, so you're this big blue frog. You look like you come out of the forest, actually more like a jungle, but still. You are swallowing who? Xaxx?
Yeah,
Yeah.
who is
That's
holding the
me. Yep.
portable hall with Tanwen in if she wants to willingly get in the hole.
This is like Inception.
It's like Russian dolls or something. Yeah.
It's a babushka doll.
Yeah, that's the one. And then, God. So then the giant. Wait. Xaxx is in Nox, Solomon, and then Solomon, you're getting inside the hole?
What?
Or the
No,
other way around?
no. Tanwin's in the hole, which is being held by
By
Xaxx.
Rodolfo.
Which
No,
is being
which is
held
held by
by
Xaxx.
Xaxx, who is then swallowed by
Got it.
them, so that
I'm
the
with you.
three of them can go in by the water.
I'm with you. Right, got it. So there's this little trio here.
Yeah.
All right, and you're gonna
Yeah.
jump in?
Gonna go into the water and swim. There.
Okay.
You got,
As soon as you
you
swim
got
into
like
the water,
2 minutes.
there is an immense amount of splashing as soon as you jump in. And it's about like somewhere
Stealthily?
here. Yeah, I'm not talking about your splashing. You can roll a stealth. Absolutely. Yeah. But it's as you jump into the water, there's nearby splashing.
Oh, that was almost a fuck yeah.
Okay, it's somewhere about like 30 feet away from you. You can't see what it is. There's just too much splashing to really get eyes on it. Not to mention whatever that thing is, it doesn't show itself. It just splashes and then nothing. There's just ripples that go across the water from here.
Oh no.
Yeah. You can roll a perception check if you want to try and spot what that is, because you can dive under the water and look. Yep. No idea. It's gone. Whatever that thing is, that is well hidden.
I'm like keeping to the outside.
Okay.
And like coming around the back.
Gotcha. There is a back, actually, as it happens. There's plenty of like wood that's broken apart, and the hole itself has been breached, and you can see where the water is actually flooding into the ship itself. whilst you're approaching, I'm going to jump to 10, Tarquin.
That's fine.
That's
So-
Rodolfo.
The exterior of the ship is in disrepair, and the deck appears to be well kept, aside from a few spots of like lichen that seem to be clinging to the railings. And there is a shine of polish coating the wooden surface as a short creature in a red cap dances and sings around with a mop in hand. Scrub the deck, the captain said, for we set sail by morning. Don't ye cross swords with Big Red. Consider this your warning. Yo ho, consider this your warning.
Ahoy the Never Landing!
What? Oh, he suddenly spots you. He's like, man the cannons!
Ah, I'm here to call parley.
Yeah? You got to parley with this? And he seems to suddenly be wheeling a ballista to the edge of the boat and aims it down to you. Who goes there?
I be Captain Tarquin of the Cordelia.
Ah, I don't know that ship.
It's a new one in the airship business.
Airship. Oh yeah, and he looks down, he's almost reminded that this thing
Yeah.
was once an airship.
Got
Right.
Got knocked down by the Jabberwock.
And what business does the Cornelia Cornetto have?
Wow. I've heard tales of the famous Big Red, and I thought he might want... And I saw this ship and recognized the name, so I thought I'd pay my respects.
You know the captain?
Aye.
Oh. A marvelous captain. He's the reddest red cap that ever capped.
Aye. That's
You
what I
come
heard.
come to meet him?
Aye.
Ah. Oh, okay. Well, I'd best welcome you aboard then. And I'd like you to roll that either persuasion or deception check.
I mean, at this point, like, pretty much with the exception of I was also on an airship, everything I said is sort of true at this point.
Yeah, that's why I'm offering you
Yeah.
the choice to either
And
roll
I've
perception.
got advantage and a D4, so I might as well use it. So, thank God
Yes.
for advantage.
Yes. Well, welcome aboard, Captain Tarquin. Was it?
Yep. 23.
All right. I'll lower the rope. Here. He tosses over a rope ladder.
Yep.
And
He-
he helps you up.
Yeah.
Apologies for the whole pointing the ballista. You know.
It's fine. Can't trust anyone these days. Gotta keep those. In
Right.
fact, I would go as far to say as it is. You deserve to be commended for such an appropriate response, and I will say so to the captain myself.
Wow. Thank you. You do me too much honor. I'm Squeamish, by the way. It's my name.
Lovely name. Good to meet you. And may I say your cap is also very red, though of course nowhere near as red as the captain's.
No. Just red enough. All right. Well, this way, Captain.
Yep.
I'll show you to the captain's quarters.
Yep.
All right. I think it's this one. No,
By the way,
wrong door. I
ah,
always get confused on this ship.
easy enough to do. Easy enough to do. I mean, you're not the navigator after all. You're the deck hand.
All right, knock. Coming in, Captain. You got visitors. This here is Captain Tarquin of the Cornelius.
That's the Cordelia, but yeah. Either way, close enough. Squeamish.
Right, that's
And
the one.
yeah, and Squeamish here was very good. Their immediate response was to ask questions and threaten us with heavy force. Perfect red cap. Discipline.
So, a large navigational desk sits front and center within the captain's quarters, and the space is unkempt, as if occupied by someone who has no time for cleaning. The workspace is messy with maps and scrolls. The bed along the far wall is unmade, and barrels throughout the room untidily stacked. The most striking feature of the room, however, are the sheets of parchment nailed along the walls, covering every available space, each prominently reading "Wanted, Will of the Feywild." Seems he's been collecting wanted posters. And you see Big Red is not quite as big as his name lives up to be. He's actually smaller than Squeamish, but he has got a rather imposing red cap, we'll call it. It's actually a pirate's hat, which has just been clearly soaked, and I mean soaked in blood, like drenched. There are patches where the leather is shining through, but it's clearly stained so much. He has been alerted to your presence, so he doesn't just immediately stand up, but he seems to be glaring down at a crudely drawn map, and you can tell by the lay of the land this is thither. But as he looks up, he seems to regard you and rubs his nose from side to side. Another captain, eh?
Hey.
Well, welcome aboard. And as he stands up, you see this long, blood-stained feather kind of flick back, and it even like drips to the floor slightly, like it's fresh blood from something.
Kind of interesting because Tarquin also has the blood red feather in his cap from that was one of the Indian person Kono. One of his feathers.
He probably regards that first more than anything and says, "Ah, how fresh was that kill?"
Oh, day ago. I reckon's not fresh enough, but you know, as fresh as can be expected. Not being a lot too worthy to dip in the red, if you know what I mean.
Very good, very good. I gotta soak mine every day. Isn't that right, Squeamish?
That's the proper way.
As you look back to Squeamish, you actually notice it has actually backed up into the corner and looks way more nervous than he did before. He's almost like not trying to look in Big Red's direction, in fact. Anyway, what business do you have aboard my ship?
Well, as I was saying to Squeamish here, as I was navigating my way along the shore, heading towards Loomlurch to hand over some information, I saw your vessel and was like, that's the ship of that Big Red. I've heard of him. I should go pay my respects and see if I can give him a hand. Because, honestly, your vessel looks like it's seen better days. Mine too, to be honest, but, you know.
It just so happens I'm looking for a new crew, and you seem to have the right feather for the job, and you're not the only one with red in their hair. And he gestures towards you, Rodolfo, who's obviously quite red.
I bow to him and I will say, it is an honor to meet another of such distinguished appearance. May I say in my own language, je vous souhaite le bienvenu, mon capitaine. And then he's gonna mumble a bit and cast Charm Person on both of the red caps.
Oh, okay.
And try and disguise the spell in the flourish of the bow and the French.
Awesome. All right. You can definitely attempt this.
Yeah.
That being said,
Mm.
I'm gonna roll them a wisdom save and let's go for
Yeah.
it. This
They
is
have
Big
to pass
Red.
the DC 14.
Okay, sure. And the other one. So, as far as you're concerned, you feel like the spell went without a hitch. The casting went off. Squeamish is still in the corner, kind of cowering. Big Red, he just sort of has a big grin on his face. You can see his like little snaggle tooth poking out from underneath his jawline, and his eyes do suddenly shift towards you and lock on, and he actually suddenly kind of takes a bow towards you and says, "Ah, well, you're an esteemed guest aboard my ship. Please make yourselves at home. If there's anything Big Red can do to help you, I'm sure I can illuminate the way." And he picks up a candle and lights it.
If you don't mind me asking, Captain, what brought your vessel to such a state?
The truth be, this isn't really my ship, but it is now.
Who'd you plunder it from? Did you get any other interesting plundered?
Hobgoblins.
Oh, can't trust any of them. We ran into a few. They were led by this big knight guy. Didn't like the looks of him.
I've heard of him. That's War Duke.
Yeah.
A fearsome foe, to be sure.
Aye. So.
But there ain't no wanted posters out for him, you'll notice.
Yeah, you're after this Will fella.
Aye.
What did he do to you? This horrible,
Will?
Dirty creature.
What did he do to me? What has he done to everyone?
Oh.
Will is a monster.
That's surprising.
I've seen the posters, but I've not heard much beyond it other than that he's a menace. Any stories behind it?
Oh, I can tell you many stories about Mugen.
Mugen?
Oh, yeah.
Mugen?
He pulls out a cutlass, suddenly, just drawing it, without any alert, and he just strikes it into the name where it says wanted, Will, and he crosses it out with his cutlass. That's not even his real name. Oh, no. No, Will goes by something else entirely. Of course, being his one and only adversary, I cottoned onto his little secrets and his games long ago. No, Will's just a phony.
Then what is his true self? What is this dastardly criminal desire?
He looks at you for a moment. Seems to weigh the answer. Well, he chuckles for a moment. Mugen, or Will. I do have a key piece of information about his past. But I want to make sure that, you don't use this against me. I'm the only one who knows this secret.
So it would be a deal you're looking for then, a secret for a secret, perhaps.
Now you're talking my language.
I think we can come to a business arrangement. This is what parley is for.
Yes. What information does the great Big Red want?
Well, I'm looking for him, as you can imagine. If you perhaps know his whereabouts, I'll happily trade my information for his location.
Wow.
I don't believe we know his exact location at this time.
I've only heard rumors. probably
We've seen
isn't.
posters around.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I overheard some of those fireflies talking, saying they thought they'd seen him weaving his way back towards one of the fairy rings, hoping to do something along those lines.
Do you want to roll me a deception check?
Yep. And I still have enhanced abilities, so
Yes.
thank
Yes, you
God.
do.
Can I guidance this?
Please.
You can, but it will be in the presence of him. Let's see.
Yeah.
Sort of spell casting. But you can try that anyway.
But wouldn't
if
that?
you want.
Oh no, charm person's not concentration, is it? It's weird.
No, it's not. No.
Yeah, I forget the charm spells on.
I'm going to roll an old insight check.
Yeah, it's not gonna be enough.
Only one.
But he doesn't just immediately call you out on this deception. He does actually look to his map instead and goes, fairy rings, eh? It's quite a number of them. You couldn't happen to point out which one.
Let me have a look at that map.
His map is grossly inaccurate. It's all over the place.
Yeah. Have a look and sort of considering he doesn't know he's been caught out in his lie yet,
He'd be like, I'm pretty sure. I think it's that one, but it could be that one, and he points to another one.
they're like on completely opposite sides of the map.
Sure. And he comes around the other side to sort of see it from your point of view, and you can smell the blood on his hat as he gets around to this side, and he goes, right. Seems to be stroking his nose again. Well, I'll have to have a little mosey over there, won't I?
Yeah, definitely worth checking it out. Even if it turns out to be a false trail, you might find some information or booty on the way.
What do you say, Squeamish? You up for a little trek through the forest? Yeah. I mean, yeah, Captain. Meanwhile, I'm gonna just jump to the others, the frog team. Charlie, you found this breach in the hole, and did you want to swim through it, or did you want to swim all the way around it? It's up to you.
Where's the breach?
It's right here.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it would either be climbing up onto the deck or going through the
Yep.
breach. So I guess I'll go through the breach.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna grab all of your characters real quick. So, yeah, you wouldn't believe it. There is a map for this. You appear into this nightmarish like scene. The dark area in front of you is strewn with bones and debris. Hammocks lie tangled in tatters, and floating on the surface of the water, it seems to be, like dead bodies. Some of them less fresh than others. The water just sloshes faintly as you enter in with the tide, but it stirs the stale air in here.
Just once I get to. In terms of entering this, at what level does it look like I entered? Like the very bottom of the ship, or?
Yeah.
Right, so I'm on the
Okay.
bottom level of the ship. Okay, that's where I wanted to be. I'll spit Xaxx out.
Okay. Xaxx, you.
Tanwen would like to breathe if anybody would like to let her out of the portable hole.
As soon as I'm out of the frog, I will open the portable hole
Okay.
and let Tanwen out. Hey, good job. We got inside.
Where are we? Oh my God, what is this place?
Oh, I hear dice being rolled.
The fates are playing with us again.
I don't know what this is. I mean, something's been eaten or is being. Maybe we don't want to stay in this room.
Xaxx,
Are we on the ship?
One sec. Xaxx, it's actually fitting that you are the one who says this. You can hear something because only your passive perception, I think, is high enough. No, actually, so is Giant Frog at the moment. As you hear that sloshing sound behind you, suddenly there's a splash and a snap as bursting through and out of the water is an enormous crocodile that is crawling its way to the surface right now, and it sees you guys as easy targets. And I'm going to have three of you roll initiative. This thing is going
Oh,
straight
dear.
for it. You've actually entered straight into its lair. That was what that splashing was earlier, and it was trailing you. But it didn't quite get enough to sneak up on all of you. Just Xaxx and... Sorry, no, just Tanwen. So, Tanwen, you're surprised. The other two will get to act. So I'm going to start with Nox. It's your go.
Wait. I
You
guess a small target.
should be able to see what's in here. Yeah. Tanwen, it's also very dark in here. I just realized you can't see much.
No, I can't see anything.
Nope.
Unless I light a torch.
Yeah.
Big is this creature? Would you say
Yeah.
that it is medium or small? About
No, this thing is a monster crocodile.
I didn't think so.
It looks like it has been gorged on the bodies of many a skeleton. These are the remnants of its meals.
Well, I guess I only have one thing that I can do, and that is to get in the way and attack.
Okay.
Xaxx,
Go
I
for it.
can't see. I cannot see. What are we attacking? What's out there?
I'll let
You
you know
hear
in a
this?
second.
You hear that kind of crocodilian hissing sound right next to your ears, Tanwin, and then the thud of something against the deck. Whatever's moving in here, it's incredibly large. You're gonna need something to cast light. It's go unless anything else, Mr. Frog.
Did I get a turn as well or no?
You will straight after its go.
That is
Okay.
what I can
Yeah.
do.
Okay. Yeah. As you try to slam into it with your bite, it bites you right back, and I think its jaws fit over the top of your jaws and some. So it does just exactly that. Oh yeah, that's gonna crunch 17 piercing damage to your frog.
I'm still a frog.
You're still a frog, okay? Lord, that's incredible. The tough skin holds for just a moment, and it kind of wrestles you back and forward, trying to pull you in. In fact, let me see if it grapples you. Yep, it grappled you. You're being pulled backwards into the water.
Do I not
Yep.
get a save on this?
Nope. As soon as it hits you, you're grappled.
Oh shit.
And as it pulls you into the water, it immediately starts rolling over and trying to drown you, but you're a frog. So realizing it's going to need to knock you out fully, it spins around and slaps you with full force with its tail. Natural 20. That's going to sting.
Jesus.
Oh, 3 ones though. I think you can weather it. So 12. It's going to pop you from your wild shape and then have 11 damage roll over.
Yeah.
So there you go. You're on 21. As you are knocked the wind out of you. Do you turn into Nox? That's a question.
No.
Okay, you're still. All
I'm
right.
still Solomon.
So your form just pops away with that loud ribbit, and that's its go after that. But you are still grappled, I guess, in the water. It's rough.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's your turn, Zach.
Had a plan. I'm gonna have to change that plan.
Don't worry about me.
I'm not.
Solomon getting thrashed around.
Good crocodile. Because I'm just like trying to pet its nose.
Just letting out these kind of low growls, hisses. It's wondering why its meal just transformed into this lanky wooden form.
Tanwen needs to see.
Sorry.
Tanwen needs to see what's going on, so I'm gonna use my action to do Eyes of Night.
Okay.
So that Tanwen can see.
Thank
helps.
you.
So your vision
And
suddenly
then
sees the room in front of you.
I'm gonna bonus action Shields of Faith. No, just bonus action Healing Word on Solomon.
Okay. So I'm going to get a little bit of healing.
Yay.
some respite from the pain that's ensuing. All right, Tanwen, now with vision of the room, no longer surprised, you see the beast that is trying to swallow Solomon whole. What do you do?
I am going to pull out my longbow, and I am going to cast Hunter's Mark.
Yep.
And I think Hunter's Mark kicks in next one, right?
It's whenever you hit.
Okay.
Did,
So
now.
Solomon, did I heal you or did I not heal you properly?
Not yet.
No.
I don't see
no.
the giant crocodile on my screen, so
You
I
don't?
can't.
Heal yourself for 9.
Okay, you know? What do you see it now?
Oh, now I see it. Okay. So
Okay.
come on. Come on.
Okay.
All right.
And my movement, I'm just going to move to the back corner here.
Alrighty.
Okay. All right. You're targeted. Inventory. All right. Longbow of warning. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Oh, I
come
just
on.
realized you shouldn't have been surprised at all, should you? Because
No, I had the
the
highest
what?
one, but that's okay. That's all right. I was blind. That's why I assumed I
That's
was
true.
surprised.
Yeah, you didn't have a
So
clue where it is.
I fired precipitously without making sure I knew where I was standing, and I missed. It looks like.
Right. The crocodile's hide is very well worn. Seems like other arrows have tried to pierce it and probably snapped on its bones. Okay.
All right, y'all. I don't think my arrows are going to pierce it. I'm probably going to have to switch to shillelagh and play whack-a-gator. So just let y'all know that the blades may not work on this guy. We may have to batter him.
Solomon.
I'm in pain right now. I'm
You
healed.
are.
I'm in pain.
You're here.
So I'm just like, I've gone from like trying to pet it to see if it'd calm down to punching it in the face. I'm just like, get off me. And as I do like the third punch, a moonbeam comes down on it.
Okay, nice.
Uh,
Cook this thing.
yeah.
That's a loud and bright spell, I would say. The whole of the ship's kind of broken up as well. So this moonbeam just beams out between the planks of wood and up into the air. This column of light, such that at this point, I'm going to roll everyone else onto initiative.
Oops. I thought it would just be like right in front of me and not. It's only 40 foot high.
40 foot high, yeah. It's like a beacon.
What if I did the height of it so it goes down under the ship?
There's also the noise element that's going on right now.
Hill light shines down. There's no noise.
We're in a twilight Feywild when and a light 40 foot high. I'm gonna
40
say
foot
that
high.
I don't know
going
what's going on, but there's definitely something happening on the other side of the ship. At this
Okay.
point, though, I'm only going to start their turn to the start of next turn. So, radiant damage for it. What did you get?
I think it was 15 damage and it failed.
Yeah, nice. Okay, it does begin cooking this thing with radiant damage.
One sec. Do I want to do anything as a bonus action? Yeah, I will also face step back
Oh, yep, that gets you out.
and
100%.
wisdom save.
Oh no, not those.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come
And then
on.
fails.
It is now frightened of me, so it can't come any closer.
All right. Guess it has a new target instead. It cowers away from you for a moment, flashing the water away, just trying to like create distance. But Tanwen, it
Oh, no.
turns to you instead.
I knew that was happening.
It's as it turns, it kind of slaps you with the tail as well. So I'm gonna start with that. Natural one though. It's probably blinded by the moonbeam, and its tail is kind of like wrapped up in all the debris. But it rights itself, aims with its jaws, and tries to snap them towards you. It's gonna hit.
Okay.
It's big damage. Oh man. You're left alive on 1 HP. 1. That's all you need.
Okay.
That's doesn't end yet. This creature is then gonna back away with you in its mouth. I suppose I should open up the map a little. Let's get rid of this wall. Tanwen, you see, is dragged away some, 10 feet into the water.
I don't suppose you have an ability to teleport.
No, I don't. All right.
It's looking
Okay.
bad. You hear the sound of what sound to be like floorboards snapping. You can see a beam of light coming out of the ship, everyone. But Xaxx, you got a 10 just before them.
Do I see Tanwen still currently?
They're sort of thrashing around in the shallows, but yeah, you can.
Okay, so bonus action, healing word to Tanwen.
That did work that time. Cool.
To get her up a little bit, and then can I, if I can see her, can I see the crocodile still?
Yeah, you should be able to.
Okay, and then I need him or it to make a wisdom saving throw as Toll the Dead.
Max damage. Oh, does it fail? Does. Heavy bell to the head. That one really racked it.
And
She's
then
scaled.
with my movement, I'm running full speed towards the crocodile.
Okay. Gotta be
Oh,
careful.
I
'Cause
want
that
to avoid. I
moonbeam
want to
is-
avoid the.
Yeah,
I want to avoid the moonbeam, eh? So maybe I'll
that's
stop over
fine.
here.
All right. So big red.
No, I want to stay in my vision, so I'm gonna stay just short. There we go.
That's good. All right. Big red says, "What the?" He looks towards the rest of the crew and says, "Are there more of you?"
There
I
are,
think
but we
something.
left them on the shore.
Well, I think they may have got curious.
I keep telling them not to do that. Want me to go check it out? Lay down the harsh law of the captain?
He, with his cutlass still drawn, he says, "We'll all go." And he is immediately going to sprint across the deck. Actually, there is a quicker way for him rather than going to the top. And it cuts through. And so that's going to be how much movement from 5. 20, that's the there. He's going to dash. And Xaxx, you see this red cap charge into the room, cutlass drawn, and a blood-soaked tricorn, and sees what's happened. He says, "Ah, no. You went and stirred the beast." Tarquin, you're up.
Oh, with my
Um,
movement, I can get to the same point that he is. He's here enough, because I just follow after him, without having to dash. So that's like,
Yeah,
what,
you
like,
can.
so I'm just going to follow after him.
Okay. I'm going to drag a token for you.
Yep.
It's 40 feet to here.
Yep. And then, can I see the crocodile?
Not unless you have vision. This room is very dark.
Okay.
Oh,
But then
actually,
again, the
tell a lie.
moonbeam.
The moon, exactly. I was about to say the moonbeam is a great light source. That is basically giving you that much vision.
Okay, that is enough for me as seeing that Tanwen is in its jaws. But how is there actually like land I can see out there, or is it all water?
Water, but it's still shallow enough that you can see the mass of this crocodile thrashing and pulling Tanwen away.
No, I'm gonna go for let's throw a dart at it.
Aye, good shot there, Captain.
And then I will throw an offhand dart at it.
Oh, right in the eye.
And I'm like, let my let that one go, you foul beast, lest I give you more of that.
It snorts and seems to roar, but still clamping down on Tanwen, trying to get away with its meal by the looks. Morgort is also going to run and sprint and dash and get to here with all their movement, just on the edges of the moonbeam. Rodolfo, something new for you, however.
Mm-hmm.
There's a sudden flare of magic in the room that only you can see, except it feels stifled, almost like it's rattling in a box somewhere, and it's coming from the desk. Just this, like, where the drawer has like a seam. There's like
Yep.
a seam of not light, but an aura of magic that you can spot, and it kind of flashes and flashes
Okay.
as this panic is going on.
Yep. This doesn't actually change my plan. This I'm going to run to the door and
Yep.
say, "Squeamish, come!" And I will get out my crossbow and like make a show of really having a hard time getting it fitted. And
Okay.
I'll say, I will never get there in time. I must get my weapon prepared first. But you should go and rush. And I will hang back and let him go first.
Yeah, he does so. He
Yeah.
charges on forward. Coming, Captain! And he gets about here. And you can technically hold your action if you wanted to, Rodolfo, and if you wanted to go back in the room, you could, or I don't know. What's your plan?
Can I do that on the same
Yeah.
turn?
Yeah, what's your plan here?
Yeah, the plan is to go back into the room and search it.
Okay. Yeah.
While the captain's not there.
Sweet. So let's see what you can spot. Aside from the desk, which is clearly locked because you can hear like now a rattling sound now that there's no one else in the room shouting, and those brief flashes of magic. Other than that, can I give me an investigation check?
All right.
You're not seeing anything that resembles like a key anywhere. You can see there's scribblings on the desk that indicate Big Red's also been looking for a tree called Little Oak. And other than that, there's like I said, not much. It's very untidy in here. There's like the barrels, the unkempt bed, random bottle, but nothing of clear value. If he's got something valuable, it's likely locked in the in there.
Well, I don't have much time this turn, but I'll say, I come from a young friend from the forest. If we are the one you are looking for, knock twice.
You hear a very kind of fragile sounding tink tink noise, almost like glass. But it's
Very
not.
good.
It's just like a tink tink.
Stay where you are. We're coming. I realize
Okay.
that's redundant, but you know.
All right, and I think that'll be your go.
That's probably my turn. Yep.
Back to Tanwen. You're in dire straits. The beast has you in its jaws, but it's being peppered by lots of abilities. How do you want to proceed, Tanwen?
Okay.
Grappled and restrained.
Okay. Do I have use of my hands? I mean, you say
Yeah.
I'm grappled and restrained.
Correct. You can still move your hands, and you can attempt to attack it or free yourself, but you'd have disadvantage on the attack.
I don't know if this is possible in game, but what I want to do is go for its eyes. I'm from Houston, Texas. If anybody's down here and you're actually attacked by an alligator, that's what you're supposed to do, is go for the eyes. it because you can't open the jaws because they've got more bite force than you have strength. But if you go try to gouge out the eyes, a lot of times you can get them to react to you, at least to drop you or your dog or whatever they've got in their mouth. So I don't know how to do that. Do I just
No.
roll a
This is
strength check
interesting.
or
You've got something that you want to do is very specific. So what I'm going to say is this is like a cooled shot. So what's going to happen is the AC is going to be higher than it is normally, but with the trade-off, if you jam its eye, I've already mentioned the other one has been crit. If you get this other eye, it might let go and try to flee instead, but it's going to be a harder to hit. And the other difficult part is you're rolling with disadvantage because you're restrained.
okay?
So
All right. So what am I rolling? Strength, dexterity,
you can
survival.
use your dagger there. Looks good. Or
Okay.
yeah, if you roll your dagger because you're proficient with that, and that'll probably be about the same damage as an eye. So I need you to roll again because as it's thrashing you around in the water, is it enough? No, it's not. You almost had it, and you felt like if you could have just got clean hit, then it would have
Okay.
gone straight into the eye. But fortunately,
Okay.
it's got you.
All right. Then I'm gonna shout to everybody. If you can, try to go for its eyes.
Don't have to tell me twice, already did once.
Yep. All right. There is one last option. You've got a second dagger. I just noticed.
Oh, wait. I've got lucky. I want to
Oh,
re-roll that.
You have got lucky.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, reroll
Yeah.
it.
You got
Picture,
lucky.
so I'm gonna cast lucky, use ability.
Come on.
Oh
Oh,
my
no.
god.
No. That's
That did
unfortunate.
not that was a waste of a perfectly good lucky.
Yeah, of
Well,
course. That dagger falls into the water. Probably sinks down there.
okay.
I've got one last option, and that is you've got a second. You've got a second dagger. Um, you could use your offhand, like you could draw both daggers and go for another attack.
Okay. I'm willing to try anything right now.
Okay,
All right.
you got
So
a
let me
second chance
roll
at
it.
this. No, God,
Oh,
uh,
Jiminy
this
crickets.
is
My hands are
Wow.
too slippery with my own blood, and my arms are so weak from turning into a doll. So I
oh
just
no.
lost both daggers. Okay,
There
well,
they go.
yep.
Unless you want to use another lucky, but that's up to you. We
No. The
no.
last lucky was bad lucky. I don't want another
Okay,
bad lucky.
sure. All right, Solomon. Looks like it's going to be down to you then to help.
I got not a lot.
You can always move the moonbeam as an action, or
I can move the moonbeam as an action.
you just have to avoid making Tanwen part of the same area. The creature is big enough that you could scorch the back of it without hurting Tanwen, though.
I don't know how I'm actually able to move it again, but
I'll just move it. You can tell me where you want it.
yeah, move it slightly to the left. Yeah. So basically, I just want to be on its left side, so it's more likely to come towards us.
That'll happen. It's
And
gonna roll now. Did you want to roll the damage for it?
sure can do.
On its con save. Natural 20s. The luck is turning side. 13,
Oh,
but it
he
still
got
takes
my
half.
luck.
half.
It does take half. 7 damage is dealt to it, and it's looking
And
bloodied at this point.
and then I will send my little bee over to give. Let's see. I'll use 4 charges of
Oh, the
healing.
healer bee. Yes. Buzz.
12 points of healing. So
That is enormous. That is huge. Tamwin, the little bee flutters over to you and injects you with a healing medicine. and probably some adrenaline too. But
Yay!
you feel way better now. Okay, still it got you in its jaws though. So it's bloodied. It doesn't seem to want to stick around with a fight when there's this many people.
Move over as well, by the way.
Oh, you want to move up to it?
Yeah, moving up to it. So
Okay, you're swimming at this point.
yeah,
So
sure. That's fine.
you dive into the water and
Yeah.
you're alongside it. It is going to retreat, so you do get an attack of opportunity, Solomon.
That is the plan. Did you say I could use Farm Whip because it's classed as a?
Not unless you got Warcaster.
Because is Farm Whip not also classed as make a melee spell attack?
Yeah, but you
that-
need Warcaster to cast his spell as a reaction.
Yeah,
For
That's a
that.
still
shame.
need that Warcaster, I'm afraid.
Um,
You can
yeah,
give it
sure.
a bonk with a staff or something.
Yes, that's what I will do. Let me target it. Give me back my friend.
Nope. It kind of just scrapes across its scales as Tanwen is yanked away some 30 feet into the water at this point. And I'm going to have to take it onto the next map. Yeah, it's looking dire, but where is he? 30 feet, probably a bit more. Yeah, look good. All right, so Tanwen, you are dragged away out of the ship and even worse, under the water, which means you start drowning as well. Which means you've got like let me check your con. Oh no, not long before it
Yeah.
drowns you. Like one round.
Just a quick question. Will I be allowed to roll up a new character to start next week?
Should the party fail to catch you, then yes, you've always got the option. Let's
Thank
hope
you.
it doesn't come to
Actually,
that.
I really like Tanwen. But yeah.
I'm just going to position you there, Xaxx. That's effectively how far away it is from the boat now. The moonbeam is
Can I still see it?
moonbeam's like there, and you can see where it is, but not the actual creatures. Does that make sense? Like it's under the water, and there's immense amounts of thrashing and splashing, but
So I can't see it.
not necessarily. I mean,
Unless you go underwater.
you can see some of it. The water is fairly clear, judging by the art as well. It's actually quite crystal clear. It's like it's not like murky water. It's not like you're back in hither with the swamp. I will say that you can probably see it, but it'll have like cover. But if you don't care about cover, then go for it. You just
I don't care about cover. Yeah.
Yeah,
I just need to
Go
be able
for
to
it.
see it. So wisdom saving throw again. Is it targeted? I think it's targeted.
yeah. You can just see its dark form under the waves. Does it fail?
Only 2 damage.
It does fail. Another 2 necrotic damage, rotting away some of
Alright.
its hide.
Movement. I'm gonna dive into the water and start swimming after it.
Okay, it's going to
So I
be
don't know if I
tricky
can get
movement.
grabbed.
From this point on, you're about half movement.
But I'm like jumping to dive in the water.
Yeah. So if you get judging from back here, like this is kind of shallow.
Oh
and
yeah,
then,
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
jumping.
okay.
And, yeah. You get the idea.
Yeah. So how far do I get?
So you
Can I
get
get-
like 10 to there, and then after that, you're half movement, so you could go another 10. So like,
That's
yeah.
5, 10.
You're in melee with it. No, you're just one square away from melee with it, but still almost there.
Okay, and then bonus action. I was trying to save this for later. Spiritual weapon on top of it.
Okay, going ham. Let's see. What weapon are you going to choose? Can you place it on the map?
Call forth. I'm gonna call forth right on its noggin.
Oh, nice. Big old mallet. And then make your attack.
Oh, how do I make the attack now?
So you've got either an option in the feature, or you can double click the token.
Ah, there we go. I got it.
But it's still targeted. Is it a hit? It is just a hit. Crack. Force damage right on top of the head. It's a little bit uncomfortable for Tanwen, but you're hoping that maybe you'll break its jaw. Still going though. This beast is still trucking. Big Red enters the scene, and I've failed to mention what is in his other hand. He's got a cutlass in one, but he pulls back the sleeve on his rather large trench coat, and underneath you see where normally these red caps tend to wield like sickles and those kind of weapons. You see a smaller hook attached to his wrist. In fact, it's in place of his hand, and he looks towards the crocodile and says, I've been meaning to get my vengeance on this critter anyway. Give me back my hand, you scaly freak. And he fires the hand straight towards it. There's an almighty boom as everyone hears the gunpowder go off. And this hook hurtles towards the creature, grabbing into its side, pinching the hide. And now who's got who grappled, eh? I'm gonna reel him in. He's gonna use he's gonna pull him back 10 feet. 5, 10 with Tanwen in tow. Even with the cover, it didn't help him. That was a clean shot. All right, Tanwen, you're maybe getting pulled back. You might be right. Tarquin, it's your go.
Right, so where would I be in reference to it? Because something's in this bit.
You're here.
Okay.
Rather.
So, and can I easily get on the top of the deck, or do I need to go outside them?
You would have to go out, up. Yeah, it's a bit of a
Okay,
trick.
that's fine. 5, 10, 15. I know roughly where it is, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you can see where it's being pulled and splashing around.
Wisdom save for Tarquin on himself. This is a personal choice. Yep, he has passed that wisdom save I've imposed. He goes, I'm gonna regret this later, as he rabbit hops from where he is on top of it, spear at the ready, and comes down on top of it. The rabbit that can't swim.
Oh god, yeah. Let's hope you don't fall in the water.
Actually, no, even better, as he comes down, rather than the spear, because I know it's got cover, he's coming down, lightning coating the fist, and he's just got to shoot it straight through its back with with his breath weapon attack.
Oh, nice. I'm gonna give it disadvantage on this save, just purely because it's lightning damage.
I'll just do it that way because of the,
Yeah, you're like a lightning bolt from above, striking down. I'm gonna re-roll that save because it did succeed on the first one. I'm gonna roll it again, which is a fail.
Yep.
The lightning conducts into the water, using the elements to your advantage, and it takes the full 5 lightning.
Yep. And I just sort of land on its back, just holding on. It's like
very nice. Oh god, yeah, that's almost stuns the creature for a moment. Well, it's holding on. Morgort rushes forward. Now she has got a swim speed, so she can easily swim up to the creature, flanks it with you, Xaxx, and tries to gut the thing with a glaive. And that is a hit. Max damage. I think she might do it. And how do I want to do this? Morgort, no, it was a team effort. Everyone comes in just in time to save Tanwen here, but it's Morgort who finishes the beast by slicing along the side, and in the moment it's kind of stunned and reeling from the electricity and the blast. Its head's been wrung by that spiritual weapon, and its hide has been cooked by the radiant damage. Eventually, its body is reeled backwards. Tanwen, you're sort of let loose as its grip goes limp. and you just see this small-statured redcap using an immense amount of strength to just pull the beast all the way back in. That's right. Come to Big Red. I've got a hat to soak. Tarquin's still on top as well. So you're pulled back into the boat. There she is. Finally. That's one vendetta I can strike from the scoreboard.
As Tarquin goes past, I'm just like, I just whisper to him, like, should we be worried about these guys?
Not yet. If I'm guessing what the others are up to.
I mean, I could play a moonbeam on them.
Oh. We will see. I'll go down the turn order if you want to do that. Alright, so Rodolfo. Yeah, you can hear these kind of cheers from the redcaps in the distance, but still hearing the captain's quarters.
Okay, we are running out of time, and he gets out Lucy, the axe, and he's gonna try and strike where he thinks that the tapping is coming from, on the desk itself, on the underside of the desk, if there's room, and just try and chop a slice off. I don't know how it's built. If you can use it as a wedge.
Okay.
But yeah, we're using the axe on the desk.
Oh.
Trying to make as minimal damage as we can.
Right. So you're trying to like hide the damage by going underneath the desk.
Yeah.
Like swinging it underneath, I mean.
I'm not trying to destroy the desk. I'm trying to create a hole. So either going at a single plank or where the planks meet and striking there, kind of trying to be smart about it.
See. Yeah. All right then. So this is definitely strength based, but with Lucy, it being used to chop through wood, we give you advantage on the strength. It's almost like it's a crowbar at this point because
the
keen edge, and as soon as you place it into the wood, you can see it. It's soft to the touch, or at least the axe makes it look like it's soft. So just give me a strength athletics with advantage, and we'll see what happens.
Athletics. Oh, it didn't roll advantage, but let's try that again, just in case.
Even better. All right. So with the minus one.
No, it's minus one. Okay, 17.
That's still fantastic though, and you're actually able to snap some of the wood, and you realize it's a drawer that kind of falls out, and you hear the glass bottle kind of roll across the floorboards underneath. The whole drawer's kind of come dislodged.
Yeah.
2 things fall out, in fact.
Ooh.
No, there's lots. A number of things. So you first see that there is a bottle, and inside the flashing contents look at you with this kind of panicked stare as, a tiny little pixie is there, kind of tapping against the glass. And also, what pops out is a small little oil can, and you hear it kind of go, oh, ow. That was a bump.
Hello, I was not expecting you.
I wasn't you.
Who are you?
Squirt.
Oh.
Just squirt.
Squirt.
I'm an oil can.
I can see that.
Is this a jailbreak?
Do you need rescuing?
Yeah, I'll take a rescue if one's going.
Okay, then come with me.
Woohoo!
And I'll put them both in the pocket of my jacket, and I'm gonna keep an eye. I'm gonna go down, keep an eye on the door, and I would like to have the time to cast mending, but I need another turn for that.
Yes. Okay.
So we'll see how long it takes the others to get back.
Righty-ho.
Yeah.
The last thing that popped out of the desk, you can see them. They're sort of rattling around in the drawer. There's 3 garnets. They're probably worth quite a bit of gold too.
Ooh, yeah, I'll take those 2. Yeah.
Okay, right. Garnet. It's worth 100 gold each.
Nice.
Oh my god, there's more. There's something that would have perhaps evaded you, but with your magical sight, You also spot
Mhm.
there is a compass giving off a very faint aura of divination as well.
Okay. I'll pocket everything that I can.
The whole lot. All right, cool. You just empty the contents of the drawer into your bag, and
Yep.
it's all yours. Okay. That is your go by far. Squeamish is celebrating with his captain. Ah, you did it, Captain! You did it! You got your revenge for your hand. Ah, that I did, Squeamish. And now the best part. And you see him slicing down the side of the crocodile. Squeamish immediately backs away into the corner, like, and grimaces as you see he pours. He takes off his hat and just like stuffs it where the wound is, filling up the tricorn with blood. But that's going to be there goes. Tanwen, you're still laying out in the water here. But you have been released and you're safe.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do I have enough energy to swim to the ship or to the shore
Yeah.
or
Yeah, you
okay.
can move. You're fine. You just most of the healing was probably what topped you up.
Okay. Then I am gonna shout thank you to everybody and swim to the ship and just so you know, in Discord, I redid Tanwen as a doll. If you want to change my token really quick.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. That's horrifying.
Yes, it is.
Good lord, yeah, that is. But that's kind of what we're dealing with. Yeah, it is some sort of curse after all. Not
Yes.
a. Oh lord. Okay, we'll figure that out for next time for
So
sure. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to end combat. We're not in turn order really. The red caps are just soaking their hats, and I'm going to be right back.
Okay, I was okay.
He was gonna do stuff too. I want to
oh
get back
well,
on the ship.
are we taking a really super quick bio break? I'll be back too.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Quick
was
bio break, everybody.
Yep. We shall be right
Hey,
back.
welcome to people who are watching us on Twitch and chat.
Yep.
Well, yeah. I can't imagine we're going for much
Is
longer.
there one viewer still there?
We have 4 viewers in the chat. I do not know who they.
Hey.
One of them is me.
Yep.
Me.
Okay. If you're in
And
chat
the
and you're
new
not a
person.
player in the game,
Yep.
say something in the
Sedana92
chat
is
in
still
the chat if
here.
you're
How you doing, Sedana92?
Sedana92. Hey.
Okay,
Yeah.
I believe the newest member of our Discord.
Cool. Yeah, I don't see a point in really going on to a break screen because it's almost 10:30 now anyway.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
We're good. Yeah.
Are we gonna be fighting these red caps?
Well, that's the thing. What I'm actually hoping, this is played out like 10 times better than I thought it was going to. The fact that we managed to get in and have this conversation, if my deception check had worked, it'd be perfect. But essentially, if this plays out,
You're
like,
rolling those with
we've rescued Bella, we've got the oil can, we've defeated this crocodile, potentially putting the red cap sort of, on our side a little to some extent, like we've helped them. So we can potentially find out information from them about Will, help Will, and it's just like it's all going our way at the moment, apart from Tanwen who almost died.
She didn't even
I
go
mean,
unconscious.
Yeah.
There's
Those
still
deception checks, were you doing those with advantage?
Yeah. I just rolled really bad
Okay.
on that.
well, they're still charmed, I believe. The two red caps, so we can use that to our advantage a little bit more. Try and get some information, and maybe
I have
walk out without another fight.
Yeah.
Well, I have a spell that I wanted to prepare for somebody to help them, but it's kind of a combat.
Yeah.
We need to be in combat for it to be useful at all. If we don't go into combat, then it's just using up the spell slot and nothing happens. So and it would be my last second level spell for the day.
And since it's early morning, I don't think you should use it up. I mean, we woke up just a little while ago, came straight to the lake, and went straight into this battle.
Yeah.
By the way, Tanwen shouted thank you to everybody who saved her.
I'm
Yeah.
back. Sorry about that. Right. Oh yeah, I forgot. Did you want to use your moonbeam to scorch these redcaps, or are you going to leave them for now?
I mean, how long does
Well,
Moonbeam last again?
A minute.
a minute.
Same
Okay.
as spiritual weapon.
Yeah.
But I
So
don't
Yeah,
see him
I'm moving
hobgoblins.
as I'm moving back into the ship, I'm moving the spiritual weapon with me to bring it
Yeah.
into range with them.
I'll
Fair.
move Moonbeam into this corner down here just so he can see down here. Well, so Tanwen can see down here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I know I won't be able to turn into this, but I'm going to inspect it so I can. Because at this level, I should be able to turn into a regular crocodile, right? At level 4?
Not sure. I don't know.
Pretty sure. Fourth level, half max CR crocodile. So I should be able to. So for story wise, I'm examining it to see how
Okay.
I would
Yeah,
extend
this thing
myself
is
to that length.
monstrous in size. Clearly got big by someone
Yeah.
feeding it loads, or maybe it preyed on all the previous hobgoblins that owned this ship. Whatever the case may be, this thing has it's clearly an appetite, but
I won't be able to turn into this because
no way.
it's
Yeah.
higher than a CR that I can do.
Oh,
That's
that
a
was a
poly.
CR5.
Yeah.
You can
Has to
start
be.
like learning about a smaller crocodilian form for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. As you're examining it over, you just see Big Red just sort of celebrating, soaking his hat in the blood of this thing, and yeah, he seems overjoyed now that he's got revenge, and says, "Well, I wasn't expecting all of that, but I suppose you have my thing. You see, me and this crocodile go back."
Fair enough. Old enemies, I see.
I
Now,
took my blasted hand.
well, then it pleases me that we had a hand in your revenge.
He chuckles to himself as you see him reeling and attaching the hook back to his hand again. You hear this heavy clunk.
If you don't mind me asking, where'd you get the cool hook hand? It's fancy.
I made it myself. Bit of a tinkerer, you see.
Yeah. Always good thing to have a little useful skills. Me, although perhaps not as useful, I'm a bit of a juggler and sleight of hand expert, as it were. So
Yes,
comes in
I
handy
saw
every
that
now.
shot. Not bad.
Yep. As I pull my dart out of the crocodile's eye, just like
It's still got the eye attached.
yeah, he just sort of looks at it and goes, "Want an eye?" As obviously it's big
An
red.
eye?
Sure, he bites it off the end of the blade. Chews it. Well, right then. Well, shall we step back into my office?
Yes.
Stinks like death in here.
Yeah. Perhaps we can further discuss this
But
problem.
surely you'd want to, skin this thing as I hold out the skinning knife.
It's all yours. I just
Oh.
wanted its blood.
Okay. Do you want us to skin it, Tanwen? For your levers and whatnot?
Right now I'm definitely in the mood to skin something. So
Yeah, I'll hand you the skinning knife.
I definitely am willing to do this.
Sure, you can give me a survival check to skin this thing.
I'm gonna stay up.
Ed.
Can you move me up into where next to Tarquin?
Yeah.
Now I'm rolling decent.
Now I have had time while they were skinning the thing to like cast mending on the drawer so that it's not obvious.
You've had time.
Yep. Okay. And also, I'm gonna just make it look like basically fumble around with my crossbow and going, I'm coming. I just need to restring it. It's ugh.
Don't
And
worry.
misfire.
Don't worry. We dealt with the big croc.
Oh, thank goodness, Captain. You are so brave.
Yeah, I actually jumped out into the water to lightning ball in the back. That was a odd choice by me, but it worked.
You finished combat so quickly. This poor slow old man had no time to help. But
Well,
I knew you had it.
perhaps our good friend the captain might be able to provide you a better weapon, one that doesn't need to be restrung so often. The amount of times that crossbow has let us down. And you're such a good shot with it when it works.
It was a magnificent piece when it was new.
You need to get some younger crew on your ship, matey.
Yeah. You just can't get the burly and strong in the arm models anymore.
Yeah. Yes.
That's a really good point.
Now, back to business.
Yes.
Well, before we go back to business, while I'm skinning him, if I cut his stomach open, do we find anything in his stomach interesting, like something
Clocks.
from?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
What did you get on that? 22? 24, in fact. Yes, absolutely. You find a skeletal hand. That's probably lodged in there, has been for some time.
Okay.
That's probably what belonged to him.
Okay.
What?
Any interesting rings on the skeletal hand?
Not that you can see on the hand, but you know what? Let's do this. If this doesn't make any sense, I'll re-roll. But you know what's coming. See what there's trinkets are in the belly of this thing. I just love this table so much. A wooden magnifying glass missing its lens. That sounds about right. There you go.
Okay. Well, I'll take this the hand and the magnifying glass, and before Tarquin disappears, say, Tarquin, I found this in the belly of the alligator. If this helps with your negotiations at all.
I was poring over some maps when he snuck up on me.
So these are yours?
Well, it was. I don't see it much use anymore. I don't have a replacement lens.
Well, you can still have your property back, and your body pieces. So.
You keep that.
No, really, no, thank you.
Perhaps you
Definitely.
could give it a nice burial somewhere, a little ceremony.
Yeah. I think. Yeah, I don't normally take other people's body parts with me. Well, I mean, people's. You're a person.
Squeamish says, I'll take it. Here, hand it to me.
Okay.
All right.
Sure.
He seems fiercely loyal to Big Red. So I'll frame it for you, Captain. A memento, yes, for the battle. A little trophy. Trophy? Oh, I'm wearing the trophy already. He gestures to the blood-soaked feather that's still dripping onto the floor.
But you know, if you're telling the story, it's important to have the beginning and the ending. So, just a thought, conversation piece.
Speaking of stories, I suppose I owe you. So, you want to know about Will, don't you?
Do we?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
We have heard legends of this, as you know, seen the posters of this criminal, but we know very little of, well, what is his deal?
Yes, he's more than just a criminal. He's a monster.
Oh no.
Murderer.
Oh dear.
He looks at you like really closely and just says, "You don't believe me?"
But he looks like a child. Is this
Hmm.
is this all is this a child has done all these things? Murder and whatever?
And kidnapped.
Who did he kidnap?
Who do you think?
Uh
I
Uh,
don't
we don't know your story at all. Sorry.
You've not heard
No.
about Loomlurch? The children. Surely you've heard of Scabatha's little toy shop.
Aye.
He kidnaps the children for the toy shop?
Aye, it was him. Saw it with me own eyes.
Wait,
Wait, he gave the children to Scabatha?
That's what I said. He slams his hook into the table. He's the kidnapper. He's the one responsible. This Mugen is his real name. I'm telling you, he's a dirty double-crosser. Mugen works for Scabatha.
Hold on, I have something that can. Hold on, just because we're getting conflicting. Oh, shoot, I don't have it prepared. Never mind.
I'm gonna.
Can I insight check?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
you
maybe I
can.
just inside check.
Everyone who's listening can make
I'm
that in.
also going to ask a very weird question, which is probably a no. Actually, it's kind of too meta. But then again, it's something I could have noticed, but I'm only just thinking about it now.
20 for Tarquin. 25 for Xaxx. Oh my god.
Jeez. Okay. This individual is telling the truth. Big Red is speaking with vivid memory, and he's looking intensely into your eyes. He's not looking away or shying away from this conversation. He's spilling it out as plainly as he can. And he even seems to know his real name. And when names come into the equation, the Fae, you know they have power in the Fae. And if he seems to know their real name, then it is possible he is more closely tied to this individual than what it was initially seemed. He's his greatest nemesis, sure, so he has kind of got reason to maybe lie about him, but in this moment, you also believe that Rodolfo's spell is on them and that they should be charmed and that there would be no reason to lie to a friend. So you've got all reason to doubt him, but in this moment, he's giving you an intense stare, like he's telling you exactly what he knows. Will is the true villain of the story, and a child snatcher.
Can you tell us exactly, step by step, what you saw?
Right. Well, I followed him, you see. He thought he was the only one to escape the book, didn't he? No. Big Red had his eye on him the whole time. Snuck out of Yarn Spinner's little web and into thither. But he didn't just escape thither to go on a new adventure. No. He was looking for help, wasn't he? Made a deal with the devil. I saw him go into that loom lurch. And when he came back out, I tailed him. Found him taking hostage kids one by one. He'd ferry them back to the loom lurch. And at one point, it got bloody. I would know. I would know if blood was spilled. Oh, yes. It's how Squeamish here was born. Isn't that right, Squeamish? He looks squeamish as he mentions this story. I don't want to hear this part of the story, Captain. It's too grim for my ears. And he steps out. And I suggest anyone else with a faint of heart might want to step outside as well.
I'm not going anywhere. I want to hear the story.
Ditto.
Well, parents just don't give up their children willingly, do they? No. A struggle broke out. And Will here had no other option. I saw the murderous intent in his eyes, the rage that only a blood-soaked redcap would fully endorse. Well, he spilt the floor with their blood. The soil was drenched. And in that wake, I saw old Squeamish here rise from their bloody corpses. I think he knew the,
You're
I
saying
think
he's a necromancer?
No. You see,
Is that how
that's how we're
red
born.
Xaxx are born?
When blood spills into the mushrooms of the Feywild, we grow from the rage.
Oh my.
Old Squeamish here has a bit of a sad story, though. Seems as though he hasn't fully come to terms with how he came into existence. And ever since, and he kind of leans forward and whispers a little bit, that's why he got his nickname. I think he's not got over the trauma of that event. As such, he's a little bit scared of the color. Or specifically blood. But that's the story. Old Will here. He went back to Loomlurch with that last child. And ever since then, been trying to find him. I've been trying to put an end to his murderous rampage.
What do you know what child it was?
They were, what
Was it
were
a
they?
goblin? An
No.
orc? A human?
Thinking they might have been a human. Might have been a little girl. Aye. But they were asleep during this. They didn't see the atrocities Will committed. No. That's how he gets them. He puts them to sleep before he kidnaps. And it's at this point, even with your insights being so high, you can confirm this is the truth. The children even expressed how they would fall asleep and wake up in Loomlurch.
This is the truth as he perceives it. But it's possible that his perception was messed with. That somebody convinced him that you look like Will.
Are you saying this, or are you thinking it?
Also,
I'm sorry.
We have the story of the children who were like the children in the tree had been in the sweatshop and had been taken out.
They had, yeah. They said
So they've been
Will
rescued.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So why would he? He can, is he the rescuer and the kidnapper? That seems convoluted.
Maybe he has an identical twin.
No. Mugen and Will are the same person.
Are you sure it's not something like his shadow acting?
An evil twin?
His shadow.
A duplicate?
The shadow of him?
Maybe it's an Eladrin.
Kind of scratches his nose
we have
for a moment.
two people in one too, so maybe it's like maybe that's his version of Nox is the Mugen is Nox. Will's
Ladrin.
Nox.
Are you saying Nox is evil? What?
No.
I mean, she's a little bit evil. You don't know it until she creeps up on you a little bit.
What?
Yeah, it's better that you're here than Nox is here.
He may look like a child, but he has got magical powers. That's how he got away every time. I could never catch up to him. And that's how he overpowers his enemies. Magical spells and the like. Galadriel, though? Not sure. Doesn't sound like it.
I think we
Oh.
have a way of confirming your story. Rodolfo, can I talk to you outside for just a second? Or
Oh,
let me take
uh,
the group. Tarquin, Xaxx, can I talk to y'all outside
Mm.
for a minute?
Sure. We'll be right back, Captain, I guess.
Oh,
excuse
I,
us,
I
Captain.
Take your time.
okay.
Okay.
Grievous
So
is out here.
I go
um
wherever.
Oh, hi.
okay.
Oh, have to go through
Okay.
the door.
Rodolfo, did you find the little fairy?
What?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I found. No,
You
Grievous
found
is out here, by the way.
Squeamish.
we're
Come over here.
whispering, obviously.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes, I did find the fairy. Yes, I have her.
So,
Did she say that this is let's ask her if this is true.
so yeah.
Did he kidnap her or is he rescuing her from Will?
Good
Can we
point.
ask her?
I cannot talk to either of them out in the open with the red caps listening.
Katniss is distracting a red cap and I can I'll sing loudly. I have a horrible voice, terribly off key.
I
If that doesn't distract everybody, I don't know what will.
no, I will need your help to interrogate actually two people, two creatures
Okay,
being rescued.
maybe if we walk up here at the
I can.
bow of the ship,
Let's
over
go
here.
in. No, let's go into the crocodiles then.
Oh, ugh.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a little bit of trauma about that, but all right.
Oh, yeah. Well, just don't look, okay?
Just don't look.
Okay. So he pulls out first of all Squirt.
Oh,
It
okay.
says, "Squirt, can you tell us where
Your
you come
story.
from?
Yeah,
What were
tell
you
us your
taken?"
story.
Hmm.
Oh, hi. I was taken. I was. Yep. Um, but I don't know where I am now, really.
Why were you taken? By who?
Well, let me think. Used to be in a workshop.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you like it
Uh,
there?
well, there was lots of oil. Lots of oil, yes. Plentiful. Much oil.
Hmm.
And I need filling up. Look. And he tries to tip himself to one side and not even a drip comes out. I'm
that
running
is
on
very.
empty.
Mm-hmm.
Can't have that.
Squirt, do you know who took you to the workshop?
Who took me? Took me
Yes.
to the workshop. I think
Or
I was
from the all
I
right.
was made there. Oh well,
Okay.
but I've been
Who took
around.
who took you
Who
Changes
took?
from
back and
the
forth.
workshop? How did you get out of the workshop?
One of the kids, they helped me out.
Okay, and where did you go after that?
Let me think. Well, I got kidnapped again, I guess.
By whom? Who kidnapped you the second time?
Uh Goblin-looking fella with a red hat.
Okay. And did he say why he was kidnapping you?
Uh, Said something about needing oil for his hook hand or something.
Okay. Did did he mistreat you?
No, but he used me all up.
Okay. All right. We will I have oil that I use for my for cleaning weapons. I'll give you a little bit of my oil so you're not all used up. So how's that? Will
That
that
would
help at
be
all? I need to
that
keep
would be
some
great. Yes, top me
keep
up.
it okay. So
And
I'll give you a little bit of my oil, but
do
Rodolfo,
you,
I think
do you want to go back to the workshop, or do you want to
Mm,
stay out?
Oh God.
Um, Well, I'd like to at least thank the kid that got me out the first time, bud.
What's the child's name?
Oh, put me on the spot. Let me think. Hold on.
It's okay. You think about that, and we're going to talk to the other person Rodolfo rescued.
Okay, I'll pull out the bottle with this seems to be the one that we came for. But now I don't know. Is it safe to
I,
let her out?
Oh,
I,
Salone. It was Salone.
Salone.
Salone. Okay.
Yeah.
I, okay. Ask, hello, in there, in the bottle. Can you hear us?
You hear a tinkling sound, and yeah, they seem to be tapping on the glass.
Okay. If we let you out, will you promise not to fly away immediately? We have questions we need to ask.
They nod.
Okay. Rodolfo, at least lift the lid or cork out of there enough that they can hear us more clearly and we can hear them.
Okay, I will try to lift it enough just to hear, but not enough to let them out.
Okay.
Okay.
We will let you out after our questions are done. Okay.
Mhm.
Who took you? Do you know who took you?
So you're asking Bella that now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So she tries to talk for a moment, and you realize there is actually um like no sound coming out of the bottle, and she has to like pop out, and like she's trying to climb to the top of the. So it looks like she's about to escape. She's like trying to fly out.
Rodolfo, she may have to be out of the bottle in order to
I
communicate. This
I
is
know, I
not
just
good.
don't trust fairies.
Yeah,
uh,
but
mm,
but I have something to call fairies back with from Yarn
Okay.
Spinner's Tale.
Yeah.
We're not going to talk about it right now. I'll tell you later, but I can call fairies back to me. I can call fairies to me. So, look, I've got a way of getting you back, and you're not going to like it at all if you try to get away. We have to know the fate of many people are resting in your little hands right now.
Start
So,
flashing blue and purple and blue and purple, and they're like frustratingly trying to get out of the top of the bottle. Um,
all right,
okay.
Rudolph,
Okay. I let her out. I let her out.
okay. She zooms out of the bottle, spins around in the air, and says, "Finally! Oh, I
we
could
can
hardly
hear you.
breathe in
Okay,
there."
good.
Her voice is like really high pitched and squeal, and she's like, "Couldn't even breathe. Ah, ugh,
Who who took you from your home?
piff, the stale air too. Oh, and Squirt. Oh, Squirt's here too."
Yes,
Oh,
Squirt's here too. Who took you from your home?
she looks at you with a kind of almost a sarcastic look, like, "Hmm, who do you think?"
We're trying to find out. We're getting conflicting stories. That's why we want to ask you and Squirt your stories, and I don't want to ask you leading questions that will influence your answer. So, who took you from your home initially? Who took
Initially,
who
well,
took
I'm
you to the
basically
workshop?
I never worked in the workshop. I'm a fairy. I live here in Thither. But if you're asking me who took me from there and into that bottle, that was that damn red captain guy.
Do you know
Really
why
annoying.
he did it?
Yeah, of course I do. 'Cause he's trying to get Will. It's a trap. Wait, are you here with Will? Where's Will? Is he out there? And she
Wait,
starts
wait,
like
wait, wait, wait.
zooming towards.
Wait.
What? I need to see
We're
Will.
being told that Will is the one that kidnapped all the children and gave them to Scabatha.
What?
Is
That
that
Will
true?
killed the children's parents, and from them, a red cap grew because they were killed so viciously that he kidnapped all these children, gave them to Scabatha's workshop, and that he's the true evil person here. We're trying to sort out, and we're being told this by somebody who actually believes this is true.
She
So
looks
if you have anything to say in defense of your friend, say it now.
she looks very perplexed and says, "What? Will would never do that. That doesn't sound like Will. Will's trying to get them out. He's freeing them. I don't know what you're talking about.
Is he
Makes no
freeing
sense."
them because he put them in there and he's feeling guilty?
Hmm. She pouts for a second and taps her side of her head. Hmm. She shrugs and goes, "He's very adamant to get them out. Like, he's made it his mission. That's all I've ever known him for, is thwarting pirates and freeing the children. And he says he won't rest until the last one's out."
We know he went to Scabatha. Maybe this is part of the deal. Maybe she cursed him to do this, and he's trying to undo the damage he's done.
Damage? It's Scabatha who's done the damage. She's a mean
Yes,
old hag.
she is a
I
mean old hag. We totally agree with you on that.
I must
Do you
admit that
do you know the name Muggin or Mugen or
Ooh.
whatever it is? Like it.
She kind of gives you a very confused look. No, nope, never heard of it.
You never seen like a different version of Will or a different looking kind of almost Will, but maybe he's wearing darker clothes and his hair is swooped in front of his eyes instead of sort of slicked back.
With eyeliner and like
Like a
baggy
little bit of
jeans.
eyeliner, yeah.
Yeah, no. She says,
And he's
different
dancing
version.
for some strange reason in the street.
Oh, he does
Chipped
like dancing.
black painted fingernails and toenails, but the polish is chipped. Yeah.
He's a very good dancer, but no, doesn't seem to have any weird disguises. Unless you're talking about the ones he made, upstairs in the attic. They're like kids' costumes.
We have
Oh,
two totally
he can
different.
turn into a cloud of mist. Are you talking about that?
No,
don't think
Oh,
so.
okay.
no.
What else can he do? Hmm. Giving you all Will's secrets here.
Why does he care so much about the children? To
He
to make
said,
an enemy of Scabatha, that takes real commitment.
well, it's a good question. He's always been a prankster, trickster, and he definitely loves seeing Scabatha's plans foiled. And she is livid. You can see just by the number of wanted posters. She's offered all kinds of crazy rewards for him. That only brings us more joy. And other than that, why has he made it his mission? I'm not sure. I guess because those are the rules, right? No harm can come to children in Prismere.
Right.
So he sees what's happening as wrong. So he's doing the right thing. Makes sense to me.
Is that why you
So,
joined him? Or
yeah,
made friends
exactly.
to do the right thing?
Fairies have always been a bit divided. Some of them may have even been responsible for kidnappings in the past, but Will's different. He seems driven and confident and funny and strong, and I think he's doing the right thing. Scabatha's ruining our homes. My tree was dying as a result of him. Her, sorry.
Do you know the way to Scabatha's?
Yeah, Loomlurch. We've been there
Do
before. We know
you
the
know
way.
could you lead us there? If we will. Okay.
Wait, you got a plan? Will always has a plan.
Will has a plan for us too, but we need to get there to start taking down her power, let's say. It's all part of the grand plan.
Oh, it sounds exciting. You see a little sprinkling of dust.
If you can help us, you would be very welcome to come along. I think you are a useful person in a fight.
Oh, I've got a few tricks up my sleeves, don't you worry. She gives you a wink.
I look towards the others. I mean, I think I know what side I'm on. Between the two.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow y'all's lead. This is
The
wow.
the children believe in Will, and that counts for a lot for me.
So
Tarquin,
whose side are we on?
Xaxx, what do you think?
Well, they both seemed. I don't know. I honestly don't know. They like the red cap guy seemed like he thought he was telling the truth, and the fairy here is she? I don't know. Let me see if I think she's telling the truth.
But they both seem to be against Scabasa.
Even though Bella seems a little bit scatterbrained and speaking really fast and itching to get out, she does seem to be telling the truth. As far as you can tell, right?
Scabasa's doing something to both of them.
She could be manipulating everyone, you mean? But Bella and the red cap and Will all seem to be against the witch. So why not team up and find out what the real story is? Who is being deceived by who?
Yeah, I mean, we know we're against the witch, so.
Can I speak up? Which witch are we witching about? Are we bitching about? Which witch are we bitching about? Squirt says.
At the moment, the granny.
Oh, Nightshade. Yeah. Yeah, she's a piece of. She's. Yeah, I mean, she's a piece of work. Don't get me wrong, but she's nothing compared to Moongrave. Ugh.
Don't get me started on Moongrave.
The oil can shudders.
Squirt, you were in the workshop. What do you think about Scabasa? About the children? Who kidnaps them? Who frees them?
Oh, well, I didn't see much being locked up in a cupboard for most of my life. But and I'm not really brought out unless a toy needs oiling or something. But yep, I can confirm there are kids in there, worked day and night. What else? I've not seen any new ones for a while. There's a staple amount of kids there now. I haven't seen any changes recently. And well, that is of course the last change I saw was when old Salone got out with me and Bobby. Yeah.
Who is Bobby?
Oh, Bobby's the little dwarf kid. He's also with the getaway gang. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
He seems like all the others, so maybe we didn't recognize him. It's a generic kind of person.
Now
I forget the name of the getaway gang.
Wanna just so you know, and you probably do already know this. You make an enemy of one witch, and you're dealing with all of them.
Yes,
and
this we are
Moongrave
aware.
Moongrave is ooh there.
How do you know this about Moongrave if you were in the closet all the time?
Oh, well, I wasn't originally made in the workshop. It's actually Moongrave that made me.
Really?
All the way in yon. Yeah.
How did you come to Scabasa?
Oh, I got out.
You escaped?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
how
did.
brave. How brave.
I greased the hinges enough that they didn't creak and squeak, and I snuck out in the darkness of night, because I'm night myself. He squirted some black oil on himself. And I found my way all the way through the mountains. Took forever. But I found my way to thither. And, well, hither? No, hither. Yeah, I found my way to that swampy place. Yep. And then I got picked up there, transported here. I've been all over the place, but I know my way from yon and hither. And I know the way back from hither to yon.
I mean, that sounds pretty useful to us.
It does sound
Eventually, we'll
very
need
useful.
the Tion
All
because
right.
we will have to get some
It's a
stuff
long
from
journey.
Moongrave.
I'll help you get there. It's a long journey though, so I'll need real filling up. There's lots of oil in the workshop though. You'll need to collect it from the right things. We'll explain when we get there. It's not important right now. You sound like you got a lot on your hands, and I don't want to grease them up even more. So, tell you what though, I'll help you if you get some oil for me. Sound like a deal?
Sounds like a
Okay,
deal.
like
Yeah.
I said, you can have the oil I have on me
And I
right
kind of
now.
I appreciate that. That's really kind of you, and it's gonna tide me over until we get to the workshop. But there's a
Okay.
special kind of oil. It's sticky
Okay.
and also not sticky. It's like it can be sticky and it can be oily and it can be slippery. It's great. It's my favorite type.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Yep. You can help us get there. We will help you to fill up.
Perfect. All
And
right, who am I
what,
traveling with?
what do we do with the red cap? Do we
Well,
try
didn't you
and
say you want?
convince him? Try and convince him to come with, to
Yeah,
join
we
us.
said maybe we can get them all together on the same page, and we all go after
That
Granny
that,
Nightshade.
that is a
Yeah.
tall order, but I think he is friendly to us for now. I think we should
I
try.
don't think he's going to be friendly to us as soon as we tell him we've been working with his adversary, whom he thinks is a horrible human being.
No, 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 no,
His
no.
adversary is Granny Nightshade.
Mm,
It's the same thing like with the bullywugs. We just need to get them on our side.
exactly. Ooh, I
Well,
can't read that.
Tarquin is really good at getting people.
Sorry, you can't speak Sylvan. That's supposed to say. I'll tell again.
It says Uha Gush had bluffler.
That's Sylvan for you. Oh, sorry, not change the pie. Join the pie.
Kush and Rugblow.
Which is words for Squirt has joined the party.
I mean, technically, by joining the party, he does change the party, so changing the party isn't wrong.
True. Actually, he needs a card before he can join.
True.
I'm sure we get to that in a minute.
No, I don't know. He has
there's a
to
whole
earn that.
ceremony. Yeah.
All right. No use sitting around getting rusty, though. Let's go.
Should we conceal Bella before we go in? And Squirt? I mean, if they know that we have
I think we should let
freed.
Bella go to Will, so he knows that we fulfilled at least part of our bargain.
Very well. Okay, Bella. May the winds bless your journey.
Okay.
Will is hiding in the trees just along the coastline.
Oh, sneaky Will. All right. I'll see you there. Bye. She zips off. She goes invisible as she does too. I think she can go invisible.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure fairies go invisible.
Some of them can.
Well, she's very stealthy anyway. She kind of sticks to the low line of water. Squirt says, all right, who's carrying me? I can't be asked to fly right now. Tired.
I will keep carrying you, but you must stay quiet until we have reached an agreement with the pirate. Okay?
I'll put a cork in it.
Very clever. Okay, let us try to change the mind of a angry, violent, blood-soaked man.
Oh. So you head back. Tarquin and Squeamish. Were you talking about anything interesting, or are you mostly just distracting him?
He was basically just distracting him, but he also asked if Redcap's without wanting to be offensive, if red caps can be born from blood, why doesn't he just sort of grow a new crew?
It needs to be rage-induced blood.
Ah.
Under, not just that, it needs to be under the light of a full moon. Very
Ah.
specific.
Interesting. I didn't know that. Well, it looks like they're going back in. You any good with that ballista up there? Just curious. Or was that more just an idle threat? Just
I've only fired it once, I'll be honest.
yeah, well, keep practicing.
And I didn't hit the croc.
Also,
sadly.
just as a thing, I'm probably going to ask the captain anyway, but you don't happen to have any gunpowder aboard, do you?
Any that's not wet?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, wow, you can have a little look. There's some stores downstairs. I do think Big Red took some for his hand cannon.
Well, as I know you don't want to be in there with the big stories and everything, why don't you go have a look for that, keep yourself out of trouble, and I'll go talk to the captain.
Okay.
If you find any, if you don't, just keep
Alright.
yourself out of trouble.
I'll only be right next door anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, you head back into the captain's quarters. Solomon, have you been talking with the captain about anything?
Since what was said before they left, Solomon's been going in a downward spiral. He probably sat down with the captain, took a swig of whatever drink he's got on his table, and probably going something around the lines of, "Do you really think that I could be evil? Like, a part of me? Like, I've done bad things before, but it wasn't on purpose. And I thought I was the bad one, but apparently there's something inside me that could potentially be evil."
In the Feywild, we don't use words like good and evil.
But
we use seelie and unseelie, but even those don't have much meaning.
But could I really be? Wait, which one's the bad one? Like, I don't yelp or anything like a seal, but
Oh, you best not think about it too much.
and he's just like got his head on the table and he's just drinking from whatever bottle he picked up.
Yeah,
He's just probably just going about, and the whole time he's just been doing this back and forth with the captain.
You shouldn't doubt. Everyone enters and he's like giving him like some therapy. Like, you shouldn't doubt yourself so much, laddie. I saw you in that crocodile battle. You called down the heavens and scorched his scales. Ah, they're back.
That was a living creature. Was it unseelie or unseelie for me to kill a creature like that?
He was a beast who had his comeuppance. That's all that matters. Hey, your friend here, you should appreciate him more.
We love Solomon. He's a great member of the crew.
We like Solomon. It's just Nox you can't really trust that much.
Well, we haven't seen much of Nox, to be honest. I don't think we've had as much of a time to bond with him as we have Solomon. And to be honest,
yeah,
I think
Nox
also
is
think
onto it.
Someone who's always a bit down on themselves like yourself, Solomon, that's perhaps easy to understand. But someone who's always happy, that's a tricky one.
It's the happy ones you want to be watch out for.
Exactly.
It's all a facade. They're planning a mutiny.
Yeah. Anyway, so
welcome back.
Yeah.
So
to be fair, I tried to eat Tarquin like yesterday, so
that is true. That is true. You also tried to eat our entertainment system, but it wasn't ours yet. But still.
Yeah, I tried to eat the radio, but that was before they were the radio.
Yeah. Anyway.
And then I tried to eat Tarquin. So if we're talking evil, I mean,
oh yes, so evil, yeah. That Mugen, eh?
Yes, definitely a big threat. Something we would definitely keep our eyes on our journeys and try to deal with. We're actually planning to,
deal with him?
If he crosses our path as we navigate on our way to Loomlurch to recover some lost booty of our own, then we certainly will. But
Well, this is perfect. Do you mind if I tag along?
I don't see any particular issue with that. And what do you think, guys? And someone as powerful as Big Red on our side could be
I think
just what we
I
need.
think we could definitely use somebody powerful on our side,
Mm,
especially if alligators are involved.
yeah.
Perfect. Well then, I'll be an honorary member of your crew.
Aye.
And Squeamish too.
Yeah,
He's very loyal.
I do like Squeamish. Squeamish is honestly, I realise he is a bit squeamish. I suppose that's why he got the name. But yeah.
Wait, did they get cards? Or is...
Cards have to be earned through deeds, and whilst you're temporary members, we other than the crocodile, but we were fighting that anyway, you know. So perhaps at the end of our journey to loot Loomlurch, we can deal with it.
You think that's where Will will be heading?
Well, if he's looking to deliver more of these kids, as you say, then that would be where he'd be delivering to, right?
Right.
And
Off we go then.
And if the other rumors are true, that he's trying to liberate some from there, perhaps to make up for his misdeeds, then you still see him there. Alright.
I'll get my things in order.
Yep.
Meet you outside.
Yep. Tarquin's gonna head outside.
We may start packing your bag.
Okay.
And Tarquin's gonna just run up the end of this sort of mast. And
okay. We'll wrap this up, I think, in a minute. Because as you guys come out, obviously there's no sign of Will or anything. They're still hiding in the distance, but it takes a moment before he gets his things in order, and after he comes out, there's a sort of change in his demeanor, and you can all roll an insight check real quick. Be the last thing before we end. Yeah, a lot of you are spotting it. He's kind of like looking around, like left and right. He's looking up into the air as well, like he's lost something. And he says, like, back to Squeamish, like, just go back there and double check. One more time. Yes, Captain. You hear Squeamish run off.
Are you okay?
Have you forgot something?
And then...
And he, also, with the inside check being so high, you also notice he actually sort of thumbs a key in his hand. It's actually around his neck. That wasn't there before, but he'd like pulled it out of his like trench coat, and you can now very clearly see it's a copper key in his hand. He seems to be kind of like thumbing it. Yes. He looks at the whole group.
Tarquin sort of looks at them, and then he's just like, suddenly goes, "Wait, what's that over there?" and step of the winds off into the distance briefly.
Wait, what? What's going on?
Yeah, my things have gone missing.
Ooh, speaking of things that are missing, you, as you have a pilot ship, do you happen to have any gunpowder?
Oh yeah, gunpowder. We need gunpowder.
For this mission, we will need gunpowder, maybe some cannonballs, one of those ramming things, that looks like a Q-tip. You know what I'm talking about?
Well, this ship was equipped with ballistas. Unfortunately, no cannons.
Do ballistas use gunpowder?
No, they're like giant crossbows.
That thing over there points to it.
Oh, cool.
You haven't got any thieves amongst you, have you?
I'm
No.
an
We would
honest.
never take anything that is not ours to take.
Yeah, we don't take anything that's not reciprocated. You know the rule.
That's the rule. That's the rule. Yeah. Hospitality, reciprocation, and then third one.
Right. Roll a deception check specifically, Rodolfo. He's
And then
definitely
I said it
being
wasn't ours to
manipulated.
take. I wasn't strictly lying.
Mhm.
Oh.
Ooh.
Well, it was
Mm.
there before you arrived, and now it's not.
What was?
My belongings.
When what
A
were
whole
your
drawer's
belongings?
worth.
We
The
would
draw-
never take anything that belongs to you.
I'm
No.
so
I,
confused.
s-
Uh,
I swear it on my own life.
When
Did
did we have?
you take a belonging from him? A thing? Did you take a thing from him, Rodolfo?
I did not take anything that belongs to my friend. No.
and
Okay.
Squeamish wouldn't steal from me.
My
He's fiercely loyal. So it's
my
got to
friend
be
would
one of you.
my friend would lie. We were really distracted by the alligator. You had to help. Are we sure that the alligator didn't get it, or somebody didn't come on board while you were all distracted by the alligator?
Where's
So
that little...
confused.
Where's the Herringon gone? He's already run off. I bet you it was him. A
Tar-
little...
No, no,
Tarquin
he's our
comes
monarch.
back. Tarquin
Our,
comes back and he's like,
You.
"Damn it! Sorry, Captain. I thought I spotted someone flying off into the distance. Tried to catch him, but they were too quick."
Little pixie looking thing.
Nah, it was bigger than that. I reckon whilst they had us distracted, I reckon they lured that croc in. And whilst they had us distracted, they snuck in. Get something.
Roll a deception check.
And I'm still at advantage technically, but I think.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh
10.
my. Mm-hmm.
Guidance,
Okay.
guidance.
I don't think you could. No, even with
No, no.
guidance.
That's gonna help.
No.
More like you just stashed the stuff. You hid my you buried the treasure, and now you come back.
I am so sorry. You may not have known this, but this is Tarquin, the monarch of the Witchlight Carnival. He steals nothing smaller than countries.
I mean, I
And only then when he plants his flag.
I am so confused.
He is looking more and more pissed as lie by lie he sees through. And
right. Tarquin sort of goes, right.
what-
I'm gonna put my hands up to it.
The hands up to what?
I did lie to you, Captain. It was a berry that I saw flying away.
no way he could have escaped.
Just to be sure, everybody takes 9 points of temporary hit points.
Okay. All right. I think
Thank you.
So
Everybody, obviously, except for the red
Okay.
caps.
seeing how things are going, I'm just gonna like wait. So we didn't have to find the fairy after all.
so.
Because
No, it escaped by itself somehow, Solomon.
oh,
Or someone
Sol-
let it out whilst we were in the fight.
Solomon legit has no idea what's going on because he never saw anyone take a fairy and he wasn't there when you got the fairy out. He's just
Okay.
confused.
Tarquin, I gotta tell you something real quick. You want to come over here?
Sure.
Okay. I don't know if this is going so well, so I'm just gonna give you a quick little pat on the shoulders, wish you luck, and I'm gonna
Going
warding bond
on.
with you.
Yep.
Why are you
Best of
getting
luck.
onto the ship?
Right, in which case,
Because
Tarquin's
you
gonna...
guys are clearly doing stuff.
Yeah. Tarquin's gonna look to them and see that they're still doubting. Remove his hat, put his spear into the ground, and it's like, "You dare doubt my word."
He's going
You're
full.
intimidating him?
Yep, going full intimidation.
Oh shit. Your Majesty, I didn't realize there was royalty. Look, there's some sort of thief. I don't know who it was. Maybe it wasn't you, and I'm sorry for doubting that. But I can tell you now,
Well, I
that
will.
fairy is quite important to the plan if we're to deal with Will.
Well,
You
I will tell you this then, Big Red. If it is a member of my crew, and I don't know if it is for certain, I will find out, and I will give them exactly what is coming to them.
All right then. Good. Good. Let's be off then, shall we?
Yes.
And just quickly, the plan before we end tonight. You're gonna lead them up to the tree line where Will is, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Tarquin.
I don't know how you're imagining that to go, but
well,
if you are doing that...
Tarquin has dashed off briefly, and when he dashed off, he spoke to one of the trees, hoping that Will be able to get this. Basically, asking them about Mugen as the name, and that we're going to try to work with Big Red to, and if only to use him as a distraction and possibly bait.
Gotcha. I saw that part.
Yeah.
And when you said asked Mugen, did you ask the children or did you ask Will specifically?
I was going to ask Will because obviously I was trying to talk more to the trees, and I imagined that Will can hear the trees because he's the Will of the Feywild sort of thing. Because I didn't want to go exactly to where Will would be because that would look suspicious.
Sure. But you asked Will, do you know who Mugen is? And when you ask that, his eyes go wide, and it's like almost like his hair stands on end, as if you just said his true name, and just out in the open. And he seems to stumble, and he doesn't have a chance to really respond to that.
And he's like,
because you dash back off.
Yeah, he before Tarquin dashed off, he's like, we'll discuss this later.
Wait, he seems incredibly tongue-tied when you mention all of this. And okay, so we're gonna end on this then. As you guys lead Big Red and Squeamish up to the tree line where we see the actual tree, Little Oak is sat waiting, and the getaway gang are there too. Squeamish looks to Big Red looks to Squeamish, and you just see blood boiling on in their eyes. Their teeth suddenly go into a grit. They draw both their weapons, and they say, "It's him! It's Will! Will of the Feywild! Mugen! I'll soak your blood! Oh, I'll drench the soil with your blood!" And I think that's where we're going to leave tonight's session, as he goes into a full, unadulterated rage. He's just seeing red completely. Mugen is looking startled, and I say Mugen because it definitely seems like he is responding to that name. And he looks as shocked because he doesn't understand the situation as fully as what Tarquin tried to describe to him. But yeah, it's all chaos right now.
Yep.
We're just gonna play that out when next session. This might get bloody, so that'd be a good one to turn back to. But yeah, we'll come back next week to see how bloodstained the sands get. Well, that was good though. Honestly, they still accomplished most of your goals, and you've picked up a few goodies along the way as well. You got Squirt. Finally, he's got Squirt. If you hadn't guessed, you'll need them.
What did we need Squirt for? What did we need Squirt for?
He knows the way to Yon.
He knows, yeah.
He's our guide to the next.
Squirt's gonna get us to Yon.
Oh, he's Clapperclaw.
He's the next. He's not Clapperclaw. He's Squirt, and Clapperclaw is their own individual person, just as important.
Could we replace Clapperclaw's head with Squirt and combine them into one entity?
That'd be confusing.
No, they're two
Yes.
people.
Well, I don't think you'd like
They
that.
will be two people in one.
Fusion.
Yeah. Not like
We
we haven't
shall
dealt with
have
that before.
Squirt Claw. Clapper
Fusion.
Squirt.
Squirt claw.
But
Clapper
anyway.
Can we just Voltron? Can we just Voltron all of our NPCs together?
Yes.
Morgul and Squirt.
Hey.
Morgott can wear them as like armor.
I mean, it's either Squirt Claw or it's the other one, which is Clapper Squirt.
Oh God! All right. Cut the stream.
Right.
Thanks very much for watching.
Yep.
Thanks for playing.
Yep.
We'll see you next week.
And join us tomorrow for What Lies Beneath, and join us Friday for the Diamond Soul arc. But bye for now.
Wait,
Bye-bye.
we're on tomorrow, aren't we?
Yes.
We're on.
Oh.
Yes.
Get excited.
Oh.
Get.
Bye-bye.
Bye.